Welcome to Roe Knows, y'all. The whole truth podcast from the pod. Now open your third eyes and your ears, because I'm going to tell you the facts. That you know who they are. They don't want you to know. Sit back, tighten the belt, open your third eye. Here we go. Well, looks like our local lycanthrope is once again laughing at the law. The Hound of Eastview has struck again. This time he must have been interrupted in his feasting, as the mostly intact but badly mutilated body of a young man was washed up 2 days ago, and they're gonna tell you it was just another person. We know the truth. Oh! Welcome to Roe Knows, y'all. The whole truth podcast from the pod. Now open your third eyes and your ears, because I'm going to tell you the facts. That you know who they are. They don't want you to know. Sit back, tighten the belt, open your third eye. Here we go. A lot of young men have come up missing as of late. Wouldn't be surprised if it's some of the demonic rituals that our very own betters of society perform to stay youthful. As that, or Dungeons and Dragons has reared its sinful sights on the youth again, but it's gonna be demonic either way. Welcome to Roe Knows, y'all. The whole truth podcast from the pod. Now open your third eyes and your ears, because I'm going to tell you the facts. That you know who they are. They don't want you to know. Sit back, tighten the belt, open your third eye. Here we go. Whoo, doggies, check out that storm. Guess the spooks got the HARP facility online a lot faster than the official story. They'll go to any lengths to cloud the ionosphere, so we, the common folk, can't see the proof for the aliens with our own eyes. Bet they're gonna blame all this on some sort of global warming in the future.
Sharon.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Toothfairy Part 2.
Sharon! Sharon!
Sharon!
We're all talking crazy shit in here. Am I good?
You're
do
good.
you have any spiels or announcements?
I do have some spiels to go through.
Do it.
So first off the top, this is the Toothfairy Part 2. If you missed our first episode of this, it's fucked. It's dark. It's creepy. There are trigger warnings in chat. But just to put it out there so everybody who doesn't feel like reading is aware, this game does handle a serial killer whose MO is children. So there is
teen
violence
boys, to be specific.
Teen boys. So there is violence and death on teen boys for the most part. There's also going to be things like claustrophobia, asphyxiation, blood, gore, body horror. So if that is not your bag, please leave. We don't want you to be upset or triggered, so please go away. No offense, but go the fuck out.
or just stay until it gets to that point and then run for the hills.
Yeah. Artemis,
there will be no more warnings.
Just a little bit? Artemis, thank you. A little more. A little more. A little more.
The OCD getting you there?
No, she's like... she's doing a Maggie.
Just the forehead.
I'm just saying last year, no, I won't say it. That's going to be rude.
Yeah.
You can be rude.
We love Jessie. There was more Jessie titty last year. That's what I was going to say.
Oh,
yeah.
there you go.
The golden orbs have appeared.
Artemis and I have talked about this in the past. Not me bringing it up either. I just want to be clear on that.
Alrighty. So just a couple things off the top. Obviously, this is for Extra Life. We are raising money for Extra Life, which is an amazing organization that, despite the content of tonight's game, raises money to help kids that are stuck in hospital. So if you have a couple bucks, it would be really great if you could donate. If you do donate, you will be entered into a prize draw for the end of the month that will include things like our new You're Not You If You're Bloodless swag, and, you know, spooky dice, and who knows, maybe some other shit that we just throw in for funsies that we definitely haven't been sitting on for a couple months. So yeah, you can donate via that link.
Did you just point at your cat? Oh, okay.
we'll put pasta in the box.
I mean, if you really want her that bad, she's been a little shithead all day, so you could have her for a while.
There you go.
So last year we did raise $1,300, which is amazing. Hopefully we can get that again because every little bit helps. But go to our sponsor for the night is Canadian Dice. You can go to CanadianDice.ca, use the code TheVectaire, all one word,
Right down there,
to get 15% off of your order. And the man behind the dice is right there in the middle window on the bottom.
Sheriff Rose.
Sheriff Rose, reprising his role. And, you know, you can check out our schedule by hitting !schedule in Twitch. There's a lot there, so I don't feel like going through it because I don't want
Excellent.
Fair.
So take it away, Jer.
Do we want to go around the table quick?
Yeah, we'll go around the table quick.
We don't need to introduce characters because your character introductions have been worked into sort of our opening scenes and that. But maybe we can just go around the table quick and tell everybody who you are and why you're here.
All right, who are you? And why are you here?
I'm Germany.
Germany?
Yep. Germany Cricket. No, I'm Jeremy from Old Men Rolling Dice. Yeah, and I'm just here because I think I'm called a co-streamer. Is that what my official title is? Of the Voctaire. So yeah, happy to be back for another Spooktober. This will be good.
It's gonna be fun. Rick.
I'm Rick. I'm the game master for the Hammer of the Gods podcast.
Hammer of
Good
the
job, buddy.
Gods.
You're also here on Saturday mornings,
That's true.
and you work for Even Footed Games.
Yeah, I
And
was
you-
keeping it short.
Oh, it's fine. Plush,
That's okay.
But thank you for having my back on that.
you're welcome. I got you.
I'm Plush Viking, also the Plush Viking on some of the socials. I occasionally build miniatures out of garbage on Twitch, and I'm generally just a nerd doing my own shit. I have no official capacity in anything important except my family.
You did make some awesome ham pod radios. Things that we started off with the ham radio
Any
stuff.
excuse to talk and any excuse to talk bullshit. I'm in there like a dirty shirt.
They were good. I enjoyed putting them together. And after
It was a broadcast from the pod.
from the pod. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Even though podcasts are not around yet. So
No, but it's a broadcast from the pod.
You call your place
That's my bunker.
Oh.
Yeah, my
Gotcha.
bunker's called the pod.
Gotcha. Ryan.
Not important.
I'm Ryan from Canadian Dice, and I'm playing the same messed up character again this time. Yeah, social stuff at Canadian Dice. Buy some dice, because dice are cool.
Use the
That's all
code
I got.
TheVectaire for all the 15% off. Check it out.
Oh, and that too. Also, I'm running a game of 10 Candles on the 24th.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. More
That's going to be
Spooktober.
a lot of dick and fart jokes.
Most likely, yes. Artie.
I'm Artemis. If you don't know who I am by now, y'all need to just check your shit. But also, I'm the social media manager, content coordinator for the Voctaire, Aphi's personal assistant, and yeah, I don't know, resident group mom or something. I just live here. I don't know.
That's true.
Playing Jessie Williams again this year. I'm excited.
Kind of a group mom character as well.
Not on
Accurate.
purpose. But again, I
Surprise
picked powers
to
that do that.
And I'm Aphi. This is my shit. Welcome to it.
This is my shit. This is my shit.
Is this
You're so much
Okay.
more than that.
Is this like 2 Crocodile Dundee with the one side up?
Yes, it is.
A little bit,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
I kind of like it.
Okay, we'll keep it up then. I mean, we don't care. Are you Captain Morgan posing right now?
Me or
Yeah.
him?
Yeah, you.
Me. I'm leaning.
Okay.
I'm getting ready. I'm getting into this. I just took some.
Okay. let's do this then. Let's do this then. This is the Toothfairy 2. So our story takes place in October 1989, on a day not unlike today, in El Paso, Texas. The monsoon season is running unseasonably long in Texas this year. Storms that should have been over by mid-September continue to saturate the region. The deluge of the rain has caused flooding and washed out bridges and roads, and the city's law enforcement and first responders have been stretched to their limits as they block off roads and areas that are unsafe. The radio is playing songs like Young MC's Bust a Move, Fine Young Cannibals, She Drives Me Crazy, Poison's Every Rose Has Its Thorn, and ironically, Milli Vanilli's Blame It on the Rain. Movie theaters are showing movies like Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Tim Burton's Batman, and Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Some might say that these were simpler times. The internet was in its infant stages, and although cell phones are starting to make their appearance, they're massive bricks of technology. People might have been a little more polite, and communities were definitely stronger. But you need to know a little bit more about what happened before 1989. So I take you back 5 years to Ridgeway, Pennsylvania. A quiet little town nestled in the mountains of Pennsylvania. A town that was ravaged by a serial killer, known to the media as the Toothfairy. The local sheriff and a handful of allies ended his killing spree. Private investigator Mike Pellico and Reverend Marge Hildegard gave their lives to end it. The body of the Toothfairy was never recovered from the Warwick house fire. But there were 2 survivors that night. Jessie Williams, a stigmata, and Sheriff Rose, a broken cop struggling to save his daughter. It's cold outside in the Pennsylvania mountains. It's 1989 again. The trees are turning colors. And Sheriff Rose sits on his porch, reading a letter from his daughter, Nancy, and smoking a pipe. Nancy's at college, but struggling. Ever since her encounter with the Toothfairy, she's having some trust issues and a whole lot of anxiety. She's not alone, though, is she, Sheriff Rose? Sheriff Rose has been struggling with memories of that same night. What would you say is Sheriff Rose's biggest struggle from 5 years ago? You're muted, my man.
He's constantly thinking about what if he had missed.
Let's talk about that. What if he'd missed what? He took a shot.
Yeah, the Anne was holding his daughter at knife point, and he took a risky shot, and luckily hit the mark, but it could have gone a different way.
Anne Warwick was the Toothfairy's older sister. She was sort of his caretaker, we learned. And your daughter had gotten caught up in all of that. You're right, a few inches, and it wouldn't have been Anne's head that we saw, splatter across the room. It could have been Sweet Nancy, 17 years old at the time. But it wasn't. It wasn't. So how is Sheriff Rose coping now with, how does he forget the fact that shot came so close?
Well, it's been 5 years now, and he's actually dating someone locally. He's been enjoying the outdoor life, taking a little bit time off of work here and there as he can. It's a pretty quiet small town. He has a few new deputies to help him out. And this week he's planned a fishing trip. He's about to leave.
Is the car packed?
Oh yeah, we're heading up.
Or the truck? I think last time we saw Sheriff Rose, he was driving a Bronco, if I remember correctly.
He has an old pickup truck, the one bench style pickup truck. But he's getting ready to head up to Lake Arthur to do some fishing for pike, smallmouth bass, catfish.
And the letter from Nancy is I don't want to say same old, but you get a letter from Nancy probably once a week. She stopped calling you Ed. Since that day, she calls you Dad again. Since that day, she feels like if anyone in this world can protect her, it's you. So her letter is telling you that she's, still struggling. Another friend, she's found something wrong with another friend. And although she believes it to be legitimate, you feel that there's more going on there. She doesn't want to become too close to anybody. As you read that letter and maybe ponder that to yourself, a car coming down the road slows down and begins to make its turn onto your driveway. It's a blue 1969 Pontiac Tempest, and you haven't seen this car in 5 years, but there's no doubting who it belongs to.
I pull out my pistol.
Jesse, you've driven from New York all the way here. As you drove through the Pennsylvania mountains to get to Sheriff Rose, one thing sort of stuck out in your mind. It's very dark here. It's not New York. There's no city lights. These towns do, in fact, sleep. And right now, they are just slipping into sort of that beautiful part of the night where you feel a little dopey and drift off to pleasant sleep. But there'll be no sleeping for you tonight. You've got a big task ahead of you. You can see Sheriff Rose sitting on the porch as you pull up the driveway. Being here in the mountains, amongst these big trees, they bring back memories of 5 years ago. What memory specifically jumps to Jesse's mind?
Right now, probably the last time that she drove here, she had the Reverend with her. She wasn't by herself.
Mm-hmm.
And it brings back a memory of that pain in her shoulder.
Yeah, Reverend Hildegard was a bit of a mentor for you, and although you lost her that day against the Toothfairy, you know that she would have not wanted to go out any other way other than trying to save people. How do you expect Sheriff Rose will take the news that you're bringing to him?
Well, if I get within 100 feet of the house and he hasn't shot me yet, we'll probably be all right.
Okay. How important is it to Jesse that Sheriff Rose join her tonight, rather?
Very. He knows what they were up against. He was there the last time. And if the rumors are true, he needs to be there. He's the one that got away from us both.
Mm-hmm. Well, the car makes it within 100 feet. Maybe 50 feet. He's standing on his porch.
You don't do that to a pistol.
I have the arsenal perk.
He has whatever he wants. The car comes to a stop. As you came up the driveway, that familiar sound of gravel hitting the bottom of your car could be heard. You don't like that sound, but it's not to be avoided. The car creaks to a stop, and what does Jessie do?
Takes a big breath and gets out. Looks at the sheriff on the porch. Closes the door.
Well, I did say if I ever saw you again, it'd be too soon.
I agree. How are you, Sheriff?
Oh, you know, a couple kidney stones, but other than that, just fine.
You need more cranberry juice or something in your life.
How's Jessie dressed?
I think simply right now, but well. Jeans and a well-made shirt, probably like a button-down of some kind.
Okay.
And got her, she's got long dark hair that she keeps tied up, and she always looks like she has like tiny cuts across her forehead. Always.
All right. How about the sheriff? What's he wearing on this cool night?
Oh, this is it, baby. I got this lovely shirt that my lady got for me down at Bullocks. She works at the unmentionables department.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
she got this for me for my birthday a few weeks ago. Little roses on there for Rose.
What's the girlfriend's name?
Stacy.
Stacy? Okay. Okay.
You can mind your business, DM.
I need to know people before I kill them.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Stacy.
All right. Well, I'll let you get back to your conversation.
Well, I better make it quick. I'm about to head out of town on a fishing trip. What are you doing here?
Need your help?
That's a big no can do.
No, you're not going to say that when you hear what I have to say.
Well, you drove all the way out here, so let's hear it.
Happening again.
What's
I
happening
think he's
again?
back.
He's back. I'm not gonna play dumb. I know who you're talking about. And that man is dead. That house exploded. No one came out
Never
of there.
found him.
Doesn't mean he's not dead. Incinerated. Big explosion. Gas. Remember? Whole thing?
Well, I remember. And she kind of like touches her shoulder.
Yep. There's a bit of a hole there, like the scar tissue is healed across it and everything in this last 5 years. But you can tell it just feels different. Where that piece of, I think it was brass.
Yeah, it was like brass from the overhead lamp that fell on me.
Yep.
And what
too similar to be coincidence.
Well, all right. I'll hear you. What you heard?
I go through and explain to him all the things that we've been hearing coming out of like El Paso about the boys, and the one that we just found that's got the same sort of wounds, about missing teeth, his mouth's all messed up, things that were never in a report. It's too similar.
There have been letters as well?
There.
Not that you're aware of.
Not this time around, but it's taking place down in the border towns.
So it's just... So I haven't heard any of this stuff, right?
Nope.
No.
So, but you know that Jessie belongs to an organization known as the Long Night? And they keep an eye on things like this.
Listen, after the incident, I spent a lot of time researching this family and as much information I could find. The man's dead.
I think you're wrong, Sheriff. It's too similar. Too similar to dismiss.
You thought about a copycat of sorts? That's the thing.
Well, how could he know to repeat some of the things that were never in those reports? We purposely didn't release all the details. This is down to the same Same wounds. You can only get that kind of wound from a buckle, and you know that.
Well, it's a bit of a coincidence, I will admit. What's your plan? You're driving down there now?
Yeah, they sent me down there. Go take a look.
And
Talk to some of the locals. And some Fed.
oh, great. That's what I fucking need. This is supposed to be my week off, Jesse.
I mean, you can say no, but after
The
everything
catfish
that
are
we went
coming.
through, I think this is a little bit more important than fish, Sheriff.
Oh, you've seen the catfish down there at the creek?
There's fish in Texas. There's nothing else you can fish there. Maybe we get down there and it's nothing. But what if we get down there and it's something?
All right, let me make a call and then I'm already packed. I'll come down a couple days. We'll take a look. I'll have my time to come back and go fishing. I'm sure it's nothing, but I'll go with you. I trust you.
You got the
I don't
old
like
case
it.
pals?
I don't like it, but I trust you.
You don't have to like me. That's fine.
All right, I'm gonna run in and make a phone call. Tell Stacy
Okay.
the fishing trip's off.
All right.
Get reamed out.
She doesn't take it well.
No, thank you very much.
It
No.
even brings back, like, there was a time where work was really important to you. And how many times did you call off appointments with the wife? How many times did you call to be late? How many times did you miss things that Nancy did?
Too
Because
many
work.
times. I wasn't a great father. I wasn't always there.
So let's skip to, we go from the dark front porch in Pennsylvania to the interior of a airplane. Not first class, but business class.
Probably smoking a bunch of cigarettes on there.
Agent Mulsky is sitting, going through all the paperwork she's been given. This case is not the regular type of case that Mulsky would investigate. She's well aware of supernatural things, but she's a bit of a specialist when it comes to this, and her specialty is sort of sorcerers and witchcraft. But you've made a bit of a name for yourself in that field, and the agency that's sending you feels it would be better if you were on a different type of case, one where you might not be recognized. You review the files on the plane, and it's not long before it touches down in El Paso. The agency told you that they've reached out to sort of a brother, a sister type organization. They call themselves the Long Night, and they're dispatching an agent to El Paso as well. You're to meet a CSI who's processing the remains of a young man. His name is Doug Hoffman. He's to meet you. You're to meet him at the coroner's office. It's not long before, you're in the hustle and bustle of the airport, and then into a rental vehicle that's been provided, and you're on your way. How is Agent Mulsky transporting the files and paperwork she's been given? And give us an idea. Is she organized? Is she unorganized?
She has her own organization, her own method of filing. She knows exactly where everything is, but if somebody were to walk into her office, not so much. The file in question regarding the Warwick and this new development in El Paso, it does look like a mess on the outside. Lots of paper clips, file sticking out everywhere, but she knows exactly what's in it and where it is.
All right. And how confident are you feeling? I mean, you made a pretty major, should we call it a bust? It was more of a hitman's job, but you broke up a pretty big ring of sorcerers, and now those same sorcerers managed to get your identity out to people. So how are you feeling coming into El Paso in this particular case, being outside your wheelhouse?
Anxious, but not in a bad way. More something to prove that I'm not just witches and warlocks and sorcerers.
All right.
I can do other things. You know, it's not just about counterspelling or whatever. I can do, you know, the more physical sides of the job.
All right. Your paperwork contains a little bit of information on a Mr. Roe, who's sort of a... The agency's had their eye on him for a while. This is his territory. Do you think conspiracy theorist is maybe the best way to describe him? What is Mulsky? What's Mulsky's thoughts on people like this? Are they an asset? Are they a hindrance?
I think if they're in the right vein, they're an asset, because they are able to look at something and see it from a different perspective than somebody like Mulsky would. But they have to be in the right vein. If they're just poking around in the muscle tissue, not so much.
You're almost to the morgue now. You're getting close if your directions are correct. You can't help but think that this case is so much different. Spellcasters that you've been up against, you know, they can warp reality. It's difficult to trust things you see. This case, from what you've read and reviewed, is far more physical. It's far more real and in your face. As you pull up outside the city morgue, you find a parking spot. You get out of the car. How is Mulsky dressed?
Business suit. A kind of blue, dark navy blue shirt underneath, a black blazer. No tie, because flying and ties, no. Hair's up, sunglasses. Unless it's nighttime, in which case the sunglasses are in your pocket.
It is nighttime. It is nighttime, and although it's not raining, there's distant thunder rolling.
Okay. Underneath the clothes is the Kevlar vest and her sidearm.
Yes. Do we have the 80s shoulder pads in the jacket?
Not so broad, but yes.
Absolutely. As you make your way towards the front door of the medical examiner's coroner's office, a woman comes out dressed not too much unlike yourself. Sort of a suit, hair up. As she passes you, she makes eye contact and she smiles. And she moves past you towards her car. Your mind starts to play funny tricks. Did she look at you for too long? Could she be a sorcerer? Could she be a witch? Did she recognize you?
I don't go all the way in. Is it like glass doors?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just going to stand at the glass doors and watch my car.
Okay.
While she leaves.
All right. You watch her. She doesn't pay you any more attention. She walks to a vehicle and gets in, starts it, and then drives off.
Is there any delay between starting it and driving it that would be more than putting on a seatbelt and putting it in drive?
You're not sure. This is the problem with these types of things you've been hunting. Is any of it real? Was that even a woman that you just walked past? You used to be very good at this, but they didn't know who you were before, Mulsky. And now that paranoia is starting to set in. You open the door and walk inside, and it's obvious that the coroner's office is understaffed, or maybe everyone is busy at other things. Speaking of being busy at other things, in the basement of the morgue offices are the examination rooms, and Doug Hoffman has just finished collecting evidence from a boy that lies on the table. He's maybe 16, you think to yourself. His face horribly beaten. His jaw is barely intact. And you think he's been dead a month? There's a fair amount of decomp there. You go over your notes quickly. You know that you're supposed to be meeting a federal agent that's coming into town to sort of brief her on the situation. With so much of the first responders of the city tending to flooding and washouts and keeping the populace safe before yet another storm rolls in, you're expecting it maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. You've been assigned to stay with the federal agent once she gets here and lend your assistance and expertise in the investigation. You give your notes one last look over. The boy's body was brought in with mostly facial trauma. Under his eyelids were eye caps. Specifically, you think taxidermist eye caps. Like maybe a wolf's eye or something like that. When you took them out, Doug, you found a fingerprint on one. And you've sent that to be run against the database. But that'll take time. The front teeth of the boy are missing, broken. Not at all easy to look at. In his front jean pockets, you found 5 teeth. But they don't match any of the broken teeth or the spaces where teeth are missing from this young boy. At that point, the phone rings on the wall of the morgue.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over. I've still got my headphones on. I'm listening to Love and Rockets, their self-titled album.
Awesome.
I just kind of pull one off of my ear and answer the phone. Yep.
Hi, Doug. It's Mary at the front desk.
Oh, hey, Mary.
Just calling to let you know that Fed is here. We've shown her to a briefing room.
Okay. Well, I'll be up there in a second.
Excellent. I'll get
Doug.
the coffee on.
Doug has his own Kathy.
She hangs up the phone with you, and you're left in the quiet of the morgue. You can hear this music coming out of your headphones.
Yeah, I don't take them off as I head towards the briefing room.
Okay.
I've just got the one ear open.
You take the stairs because they're a little closer. They're a little more convenient, and you're only going up one floor. As you're going up the stairs, though, you see a familiar face coming down. Miranda. She's a friend. She has similar interests of you. She works here at the coroner's office, not as a CSI. She's more of a, computers and networks are becoming a thing here at work, and she helps keep them up and working. She's coming down the stairs at you, and she says, "Hey, I just heard he's out. Jamie Nolan."
Yeah, I heard that too.
What are you going to do, Doug?
You know, same thing as always. I've got my sidearm and, pretty safe here.
Yeah, but didn't he leave you a note that he was coming to get you when he got out?
It's probably nothing, right?
I don't think it's probably nothing.
I testified against him. That's it. Not that
Where
big
you-
of a deal.
You look like you're in a rush. Where are you going?
Oh, the Fed's here.
Fed's here for? It's about that boy.
Yeah.
And she
Well,
starts to
pretty fucked
walk with you as you go up the stairs. She's like, "You want to tell me any tidbits?" Like,
I'm really not supposed to say anything, but
I heard he came out
yeah,
of a
no,
culvert.
it was pretty terrible.
I heard he got washed out of a culvert with all this rain.
Yeah, but that's not the first body we found.
I know, but all these boys going missing in the area.
Yeah, it happens.
Do you ever listen to like?
We'll be boys.
Do you ever
Boys
listen
will
to
be boys, right?
pirate radio?
No, I don't listen to that garbage.
Well, the guy on there thinks it has something to do with Dungeons and Dragons.
That seems legit. That checks out. I saw it on the news,
Have you ever played that game?
No.
I dated
For
a guy once
nerds.
that played that game. He was fucking weird.
I believe it. Yeah, you don't want to hang out with those kinds of people.
No, I think his name was Ryan. I'm trying to remember now.
That
She walks-
sounds like an indie nerd.
She walks and the door opens and you come out onto the floor. Now, normally there would be like lots of people working at desks and that around here, but there's not because they're all out with the city going crazy with these floodings and washouts. You can look across the room and there's three meeting rooms and they're all glass. And you can see Agent Mulsky, as she described herself, in one of them. Maybe setting up, maybe writing on a whiteboard or setting up, there's one of those old overhead projectors in there and everything, like for presenting meetings and things like that.
With the transparency on it and everything.
Exactly. Exactly. And as you come out into that, that room, Miranda looks at you and goes, "Holy shit, she looks terrifying."
No, she's just a Fed. It's not that big of a deal. Says Doug, who just said the same thing about a person who's threatening to kill him.
She says, I would not mess with someone like that.
I mean, it's no worse than Jamie.
Fair. But Jamie wrote you a note and said he was coming for you. She didn't. So maybe that's, one in your
No,
court.
she called ahead.
Yeah. Oh, is that sort of the same thing?
Yeah, you got a point there. I didn't think about it that way, but I mean, Feds will be Feds too,
Don't forget we're meeting for beers tomorrow.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Couldn't forget. Wednesday
All right.
night.
You have fun with that. And she points over towards the office. And keep your head down.
Don't I always?
She shrugs, moves away. Did you make your way to the office then?
Yeah, I take my time. I kind of flip through some stuff and kill a little.
How is Doug Hoffman looking tonight as he comes up out? I know he's got the Walkman.
Yeah.
Is it name brand Sony Walkman?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
He works at the coroner's office. That's good money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But I mean, he's dressed pretty casually, just like jeans, a flannel.
Mhm. All right. So, Agent Mulsky, you see this gentleman arrive at the door to the briefing room. That you've been shown in here by a lady by the name of Mary. However, she apologized that there wasn't anyone else here to meet you. That Doug would be right up. That she'd make sure that he was aware you were there.
Thank you, Mary.
So Doug has arrived now.
Hoffman. I'm Agent Mulsky.
Oh, yeah, I figured that's who you were.
Introductions. They tell me that's important.
That sounds fake.
Probably is, but, you know. So, I understand you found another body.
Well,
Not you
we find
specifically.
a lot of bodies. We find a lot of bodies, but I assume you're talking about the boy, yeah.
A boy and a string of boys.
Well, yeah, they're maybe connected, maybe not. Who knows?
From what my intelligence has given me, they seem to be connected. The likelihood of them is high.
I mean, I didn't examine all of them personally, so.
Just to be clear, no other boys have been found.
Oh, my
There are
apologies.
There are 6 boys missing in total.
And this was the first one
This boy
found.
is the first one to be found. And that's actually something I missed with you, Doug. We believe the identity of this boy is the 4th boy that got reported missing, Eric Fox. He's 16 years old.
Eric Fox.
Yeah, I believe it was Mr. Fox you're referring to?
Yes. Washed out of a culvert. Correct?
That's right, but that happens this time of year. With all the rains and such.
You have a
To be
habit of
expected.
finding teenage boys being washed out of culverts?
You haven't heard there's a whole fad. They like to surf under there. It's pretty dangerous. That's a thing. It's a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great awkward silence
American
there.
teenagers are just dumb.
Yeah, can confirm.
So possibly surfing in a sewer.
Which would explain the missing teeth, but it wouldn't explain the teeth in his pocket.
Was it possible he knocked them out and then had enough wherewithal to pick them back up and put them in his pocket?
It doesn't seem like it. They weren't the same teeth.
I beg your pardon.
Well, he was missing his front teeth, and it wasn't front teeth in his pocket.
What teeth were in his pocket?
Doesn't matter. Wasn't
It's
the
kind
same.
of...
They clearly weren't his. They clearly weren't his.
All right.
We haven't ID'd who they might belong to yet.
Anything else about the body?
Well, he's been dead for a little bit, unfortunately.
How long is a little
About a month.
bit?
And for our knowledge, Eric Fox went missing almost 2 months ago.
What about the other boys? How long have they been missing?
The first boy to go missing, reported missing, was Ben Yavez, and Ben went missing about 4 months ago. Then we have Hector Da Silva, who went missing about 3 months ago. Levon Brown, about 2 months. Eric Fox, about 2 months. Brendan Archuk, missing 1 month. And George Perez has been missing about a week.
Well, the Perez boy might still be out there. Not so sure about the others. But we've got our boys out there looking.
So the two of you
And they
sit
get-
down. The two of you sit down. Whatever evidence that the coroner's collected is presented to you, agent. Basically everything that I've gone over, but about the eye caps and the teeth have already been mentioned. There's pictures probably of the facial trauma. They've had the body for a little while. It's been almost 48 hours since he was found washed out of the culvert. Let's jump back to our Jesse and Sheriff Rose. You guys have driven for the last 48 hours to get here. Not quite 48 hours, but you're tired, road weary. You've taken turns driving and sleeping in the car, and you have arrived outside of the coroner's office here in El Paso. Jesse, the Long Night has told you that they've made the federal agents aware that that you'll be joining to assist on the case.
Lovely. Well, at least we'll know to expect us.
It's dark. It's not too late at night yet. The sun's just gone down. It's warm here, but you can feel there's a solid wind blowing from the southwest, from across Mexico. Just so everyone is sort of aware of El Paso. It is a border town. There's a population of, let me see, I think I have that here. Maybe I don't have that here. No, I can't find it right now. It's certainly not a big city like New York or anything like that. But you know,
There's a size though.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a fairly mobile population as well. Here it is. So El Paso is a city, and it's in the county of El Paso as well. In 1989, the population here is about 580,000. The Rio Grande Rift, which passes around the south end of the Franklin Mountains, is where the Rio Grande flows. And the Rio Grande runs down the western edge of the city. It also delineates the border between the United States and Mexico.
How's the fishing?
You would think the fishing might be pretty good.
Okay.
With all the intense rain and flooding, many parts of El Paso are currently blocked off. People have been evacuated. Just to give you some knowledge, clearly we're not at 2006 yet, but in 2006, El Paso did have flood control reservoirs overflow and major flooding citywide. So the city sort of this does happen here, but it's a little unusual that it's happening this late in the season. The rainy season's normally over by the early parts of September. Here we are in October, and it's still pouring down. So the two of you get out of the car and walk across to the front doors. You can hear that distant thunder. You walk into the coroner's office, and a lady named Mary escorts you to a room where Agent Mulsky and a CSI for the city of El Paso are sitting and going through their information.
Mary, do you have a sister that lives in Pennsylvania by any chance?
No, I don't think I do.
Okay, just checking.
You're all from up north there, are you?
Mm-hmm.
How's the weather?
I don't know. How was the weather?
Getting kind of cool in October.
Yeah, a little chilly.
Yeah, lot colder than here. That's for sure. Mary says there's plenty of coffee on, and introduces.
We're gonna need it.
Introduces Agent Mulsky to you, as well as CSI Doug Hoffman.
Agent.
Pleasure.
Good to meet you. I understand you may have some experience in cases such as these.
That's one way of putting it.
What do you mean cases such as these? This is just a boy who died, right?
Of course it is.
That's what I said.
That's why the longest night has been involved.
Is that who?
Long night. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Trust me, every time I hang out with her, it feels like a really long night.
I'm used to long nights, so it's nothing new to me.
Well, have a seat. We'll debrief you on the one body we've... Dr. Hoffman has recovered.
Oh, I'm not a doctor.
Oh, my apologies.
Outside, while this group is getting to know one another inside, outside, there's a beat up old pickup truck, not parked in the parking lot, sort of across the street and down a little bit, but it's been watching everybody arrive one by one.
It's the killer. We found him.
Did we see the truck when we rolled up?
No.
He's called Mulsky.
You know, Roe, you've been watching these people come in. What do you know that they don't know?
Well, I do know for certain that this is a skinwalker, better known as a lycanthrope. 100% chance. I know it is. Why else would they send a spook in to talk to the ghoul? It's gotta be something hinky. They're always up to something hinky.
And you certainly don't trust the government. Am I right?
Nope. Well, that's not entirely true. There is a few good old boys that are kind of stuck behind the bullshit, but as a unit, not so much. That's why I put the foil in my hat so the radio waves can't fuck with my head.
How often would you say that those bothered you prior to the tinfoil?
Well, all the time. Once I got out of NAM, it was rough for a long time there. I'm pretty sure they're watching me. That's why I'm the only one that survived in my unit from the goobly goo that took us all out. Pretty sure that was a skinwalker.
So, are you intending to go into the office?
Well, I'll give it a bit more. I'm not going to sit here all night, but I'm pretty sure they're going to go check out the culvert area. It's pretty much what they do.
Okay.
I'll watch them from a distance there. I'll crack them like the bloodhound I is.
So you remain in the truck. Meanwhile, back inside, the four of you have gotten to know one another a little bit, and you've shared the information. So the situation here in El Paso, I'll just summarize, is that we have 6 teen boys missing. They're all between the ages of 13 and 16 years old. In all cases, they were by themselves when they disappeared, walking home from school, going over to grandma's house, sent to the store to go shopping.
Different schools or the same school?
No, different schools from all over the city.
Different areas? Okay.
Yeah. And from different walks of life too. We have some kids with parents on welfare, and we have some kids eating off of silver spoons. George Perez, in particular, comes from a very well-off family.
Would Roe know any of the family personally? He is in this area.
Well, he does live in the area, but I don't think these are, I don't know that Roe comes in from the pod all that often to...
Not if he can help it, no. But,
No.
He might know one of the poor kids. Might know their family.
Well, then,
Share
tell you what,
roadkill recipes,
give me a streetwise charisma check.
Share the
Roll
first
the
roll.
game.
First roll of the game. Streetwise charisma. Sixes are successes.
How many dice I roll? Sorry.
Check what your streetwise rating is.
Oh,
And then
maybe I should read that.
add that to your charisma.
Okay. Well, that's not going to be a lot of dice. Apparently, I'm out of social and don't go to town much. Okay. 7 and a 5.
Okay. Well, listen, if you would like, I will let you... You needed 2 successes, but I will let you succeed with consequence here, which is something that I'm allowed to do if you don't make the right number. So you can know the family of Hector de Silva, but they don't fucking like you.
Oh, that's totally understandable.
Okay, so you maybe approach the de Silvas at some point, and with your skills of charisma, which are maybe lacking slightly, you You did not make a very good first impression, and Mr. De Silva chased you off his lawn with a baseball bat. It did not go well.
No.
But they know who you are now, and you know them.
Okay.
So, as I said, we have got 6 boys missing.
Could you? Sorry, I was writing them down when you were saying
Yep.
it, but you're going too fast.
Yeah, you only
That's okay.
You only gave us 5 of them.
Okay, so we have Ben Yaves,
Yeah.
Yep.
Hector De Silva. I will post these in our chat.
Oh, okay.
Levon Brown,
That's
Eric
missed.
Fox, Brendan Archuk, and George Perez.
And George has been missing how long?
George has been only missing about a week, and normally the police would not necessarily worry. However, I did mention George's family has money, and with 5 other boys missing ahead of him, you know, there is some concern.
Okay.
Yep.
So I've shared that in our chat on Discord. Next up, we've had a boy wash out of the culverts about 48 hours ago. Doug Hoffman was the CSI that collected the body and collected the, as well as collected the evidence. There was substantial decomposition on the body. They suspect he's been dead for about a month. There were eye caps under his eyelids, specifically the type that taxidermists use, and a fingerprint was lifted from those, but has not, you know, they're still running it. But they've been running it for 48 hours now. It's bound, you're expecting a hit anytime.
Underneath the cat.
Which kid
What's
was
that?
it?
This was Eric Fox, who's been missing for about 2 months.
2 months.
He,
Okay.
with the heavy rains, he's been flushed out of a culvert and face badly beaten. You look at the pictures and it brings back, you know, some memories of poor Dustin in the basement of the Warwick house, Sheriff. When I say badly beaten, like not 1 or 2 punches, he was hit again and again and again and again. Enough that they broke his teeth out, that they broke his jaw.
So as I slide
Picture.
this.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead, Doug.
No, go ahead. Okay, fine. Since I was examining, do I know what he was struck with? Was it a punch or was it an object?
Was it a culvert wall?
You do not think it was a culvert wall. You can see a number of areas that, you know, you've seen your share of domestic violence. And there are signs of like punches. But
Okay.
this goes well beyond that spectrum of just like a couple punches. Someone really
Rage
worked this
beating.
kid over. Yeah. And he was found with these caps under his eyelids. They look like wolf eyes.
I think Jesse had a follow-up question for that.
Yep.
Yeah, was his eyes intact underneath that, or were
Yes.
they gone?
Yeah, no, they were
Okay.
intact. They were
Okay.
intact. And then finally, there were 5 teeth in his front pocket that did not belong to him.
Do we know what kind of teeth they were specifically?
They're front teeth, you know, or like canines and sizers, that sort of thing. We're not getting back to molars here yet. But they did, like, you tried to put the puzzle back together, Doug, and it did not work.
And I'm pretty good at puzzles.
What was Eric's like what walk of life would you consider him? Was he one of the sort of welfare families, or was he more of the wealthy side?
No, middle class,
Yeah.
and Eric is the oldest of the boys that have been missing. He's 16, and he was grabbed after a basketball practice. He was fairly athletic.
The teeth that were found, what state were they in? Were they like yellow, chipped, cavities?
They were broken as well. as if they had been removed with force, but they didn't. They were too small for, Eric's the oldest boy, and none of them were his. It was clear that none of them were his teeth, but it looks like they came out the same way, a bad beating.
Okay. Like coloration and stuff, though. Like, are we looking untreated cavities, yellowing, trying to gauge the
some of them,
wealth level?
Some of them.
They're not all the same.
No. You don't think they came from the same kid?
I'm gonna dig in her bag and take out an old beat-up journal that looks like it's been read 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And start paging through it a little bit. And does it? So knowing the dates of the new kids, like how old they are, going all the way back to that first set of cases in 75 or 74.
Yeah.
Does this match a pattern? Like, does he grab a set of boys that are like, he starts with a 13 and then works his way to that 16 and starts over?
No,
there's no kind of pattern like that. Okay, it's just boys.
Has anybody gone in and out of the medical building that I know?
No.
That I could perchance have a little conversation with on the step with a beer?
Actually, you know what? Sure. Someone is a woman makes her way out. She's wearing not really office clothes. Has curly hair and in her late 20s.
Do I recognize her a little?
No.
Have I seen her about town?
No.
All right, well, I can't really do nothing with her except creep her right the fuck out.
Yeah, but you're so good at that.
Shut up, you. No, I was hoping I would see somebody. I'm sure I know one or two people that work in this building. Maybe wife of.
You know what? Let's say then you know her. You've seen her around. In fact, you're a radio guy. And sort of. No, she's not one of those. But you've seen her around at maybe wherever you pick up your some sort of tech store where you buy radio parts and things like that.
Radio Shack, back when it was still Radio Shack.
Is Radio Shack? I don't know if Radio Shack was a thing of the States. I didn't want to say it and then be like stupid Canadian.
Yeah, Radio Shack was definitely a thing here.
Maybe you've seen her at Radio Shack or something like that. You think her name's Miranda?
I'm going to get out of the truck.
She's got a backpack over her shoulder.
I'm going to hop out of the truck with a couple beers in my hand and Miranda, got a tick?
He looks at you sort of side-eyed and sort of realizes she knows you.
Roe! Everybody knows Roe?
Yeah. I'm just kind of headed home. What can I help you with, Roe?
I was just wondering, I saw a spook go in there. And I saw a couple other folks. Spook. Sorry, CIA or a Federalis. Could be FBI.
Oh, there's a... Yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about, yeah.
Could tell by the outfit and the glassy eyes.
Okay.
Those are just my glasses, man.
And I saw what looked to be a lawman maybe go in there. What's going on? Want a beer?
She looks at you. She looks at the beer. No, I think I'll pass.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm really allowed to tell you.
Well, what am I going to do with it? You know me. I don't know nobody. Nobody believes me anyway.
Yeah, and then it'll end up on that. Then it'll end up on that radio show of yours. That what do you call that thing? Roe
knows.
Roe. That's it. Yeah.
Roe knows. Yeah. The broadcast from the pod.
Oh yeah. Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
So you don't think you can tell me who's in there? Or what they're talking about? Would it have anything to do with the boy that came out of the drain pipe?
Okay, give me a persuasion manipulation on that.
Oh, here's where I fail. Hang on.
6 is our success.
Persuasion and what? And
manipulation.
Oh yeah, then I'm big in both of those, like he says. Not at all. Okay. An 8. and a 1.
Okay, so I'll let you succeed at a cost here again. She will confirm your story, but she then trumps. She then leaves. You won't
Fair
have
enough.
any opportunity to ask anything more.
Have a nice evening. Don't get too
So
wet.
She says, "Yeah, your federal agents in there with CSI and a couple other people. Real strange group."
I'm going to immediately be 7,000% drunker, and I'm
Okay.
going to stagger towards the building,
All right.
nattering to myself that birds aren't real.
Okay. So you guys are going through all the evidence when a man enters the front. You can see the front door from where you are, and he looks.
He looks
Strange.
a lot like this.
He's
You can see the tinfoil glinting through the holes in his hat. He's got
Yeah.
tons of silver jewelry on, with an old beat up Vietnam outfit, basically. What are they called?
Fatigues.
Fatigues.
yeah.
Thank you. Word escape brain.
Oh, I got you.
With a handmade T-shirt that says NWO with a cross through it, because New World Order, no way. And I come in and I just like walk to the side of the wall and start. If there's any pictures or pamphlets or anything,
There's all kinds
Yeah.
of pictures. There's all kinds of
I
pictures, like
am
Employee of the Month,
leaning-
and
I'm talking about aliens now. How I think one was in my ass a couple days ago, but I'm just nattering. But mostly, I'm trying to listen to
okay.
what they're doing while not looking directly at them.
Well, the woman at the front desk sort of stands up and she's like, "Sir, can I help you?"
Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm good. They can't get me in here. You got a tin roof. Woo! We're good.
I feel like
I just need a
Doug
high-
would be facing
I just
the
need
door.
I just need to get undercover for a bit. It's okay. It's wet out there. It's wet out there.
Sorry, what does
Aliens.
Doug's what?
I feel like Doug would be facing the door, like he would
Yep.
have his back so that he could see, the
Yep.
entrance.
Okay.
And just be like, great. What's the politically correct term? That's the local whack job.
It depends on the type of whack job he is. Is he? And I go to look out. Do I recognize them from a personnel file I have?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, I'm military trained.
You
so-
you have an old military picture of the guy that they mentioned in the area.
all right.
and,
and
clean,
I pick
shaven,
up my-
clean shaven. brush
Yeah, he's a
cut,
little rougher looking, but you think it checks out.
What was your military rank?
I'm not telling you.
I would be in the file.
I don't know. Not okay. Never made up the rank because people get punched when they get lippy.
Private first class.
So probably as high as I can get without being anything in charge.
Yep.
Private
'Cause
Jorgen.
I turn instantly sober for half a second because damn it, training. And then I look at them and then I smile and go, bananas! Woo!
It's so
Mary-
great that you made your way here. Get in here so we can talk to you.
Fine.
You do have
Just
some
remember,
concerns. You
you
do have
ain't-
some
you ain't in
concerns that
charge.
your tinfoil hat has not protected you from identification.
Well, she can see me, right? It's not from space. That's what I'm worried about. I don't want
Okay.
to be tracked. I was dumb enough to come in here. I knew it was a chance. I was pretty sure the ghoul would recognize me. So,
Okay.
As Rose walking in, Doug's rewinding his tape to start it over from the beginning.
Okay.
hey, Doug, how
Fantastic.
goes the ghouling?
Can't hear you. What?
I do not sit. I lean against the door jamb by the door
Okay.
so I can flee instantly. Pull back my jacket so they can definitely see the Colt on the hip.
All right.
And I make sure that I can easily access the Bowie knife that is in my snakeskin boot.
Oh, okay.
I have pointedly made myself about as far away from him as possible. So, like, I'm on the other side of the conference desk, standing in front of, like, our whiteboard.
All right.
But my
Howdy.
sidearm is also on display.
The table has some pretty
Oh.
grisly pictures and paperwork laying out as everyone
This
now
is just
looks at one
Texas.
another.
Everyone's got a gun.
Yep.
Yeah. Doug also has his hand very like
Yeah,
near his
exactly.
sidearm.
Yes.
They go
yes.
like 10,000 times more tense when the weirdo shows up.
I
That's
pull
fair.
the shotgun out of my pants because apparently you can wear.
This is true. This
Like
is
you do.
Yes,
true.
he's just reading this entire time, like ignoring all of that shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All right,
I'm
Private.
Yeah.
I caught your
So,
latest
you-
pot. Your
Are you
cast from the
Federalis
pod.
or a spook? Are you Federalis or a spook?
FBI.
Federalis. All right. That clears that up.
You're welcome.
Who are these other folks? Hi,
Sheriff.
I'm Roe.
This is Roe, a ham radio broadcaster. Sheriff
The-
Rose. Jessie Williams. Doug Hoffman, which I assume you know.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the ghoul around town.
Doug again is just like that. I can't hear.
Yeah,
Hi.
I'm sure. I know I'm walking. I'm sure you can hear me fine, but it's a great excuse.
yeah.
And I would
He
take
turns
it
his
too with
music
that
up
weirdo.
louder. He
For
turns
sure.
his music up louder, but he can still hear you.
I caught your
Jess,
latest broadcast. Insightful.
Jess, do I might remember recognize Jess's name.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Oh, that you'd recognize her name. Well, yeah, from the if you know, with the Toothfairy name being thrown around town a bit.
And also,
as-
I've been investigating this stuff since the friggin' early '80s.
Yeah, you maybe know her, or have heard of her.
Well,
You-
the stigmata on the forehead has got my attention. So,
Mhm.
anyway, you were saying,
Your latest broadcast
right?
seemed to have a
You
little
wa-
bit
you
of
listened
inside.
to my broadcast. Nice.
Well, when people know certain things, it's good to keep tabs on them.
Right.
So I'd love your input on this case.
Well, it's definitely a lycanthrope for sure. I think it's a skinwalker. He's taking the kids. Might be trying to figure out how to duplicate them.
I just totally checked out.
Doug has like no poker face. He rolls his eyes so hard.
Yeah, and to be clear, Doug is not like there has never been a case that you would like. You've had no brushes with supernatural.
Right. Yeah. So
I'm
hearing
with
about like lycanthropes and things, he's just like,
Yeah.
I also know that the kid on the slab you got downstairs is Eric.
Correct.
yeah, I don't know who told you that, but you're not supposed to know.
I know lots of things I ain't supposed to know, Ghoulie.
That all said, I doubt it's a skinwalker. They usually can mimicry without even assessing their target.
You got a point
Doug just
there.
takes his headphones off. Is like, what?
And if it was a lycanthrope, there would be indications on the body of bite marks or claws.
Yeah, I didn't get to
Gotta be
get all the details on it. Were there any bite marks on him there, Ghoulie?
Hold on, Agent. You gotta be shitting me here. This can't be real.
I am not shitting you at all.
Not
I
there
never
is
shit
to be
anywhere.
had. Look, does she look like she has
Yep.
a sense of humor?
Can we pause there for a moment? I like
Absolutely.
Rose and Jessie. You're sitting there quietly watching sort of Doug sort of trying to come to terms with what's actually being said around the table. And it was not so long ago, Sheriff, that you were that person that like
Still am. I never saw anything.
yeah, technically you never saw that you never saw the Tooth Fairy directly. Did you?
Nope.
Well,
So what are the
Like
two,
bugging him.
what are the two of you thinking?
I think he's fucking out to lunch.
Jesse's curious that the FBI agent seems to believe as much as she does.
Yeah, I feel like Doug's looking around the
Considering.
room trying to find someone sane at this point.
Maybe you see that in Sheriff Rose. I think
Yeah.
there is a skeptical look from Sheriff Rose as well.
Or we're both just in denial, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the rough guy that just wandered in pretending to be drunk, reeking of weed, and the woman in the three-piece suit with no gleam in the eye. We're on the same page.
Reefer madness, man, it's a thing.
So at that point, Mary comes in with a file and she says, "Doug, we've they ran those fingerprints and there's been a hit.
Yoink!
Yeah,
You're gonna take that away from her?
You gotta go by the door. I'm against the door jam. Yoink!
Okay.
Yeah,
And
So
I
she-
actually say yoink. when I
She
do.
looks at
Doug's gonna get
okay.
up and try to take it from him because that is not for civilians.
Okay.
I'm gonna open it and leave the room and keep my back to him and read as fast as I can. while I'm
Okay.
trying to reach
So
him.
as fast
unless
as
he
you
shoot, unless
as
he tries to
fast
shoot
as
me
you
or something.
as fast as you could read before Doug's on you, and he is going to take it from you. But as fast as you can read before Doug gets there
Calm
to
down.
take the paperwork, you do see that there is mention of a there's mention of a Marcus Lopez, and you then it's taken from you, but you probably have had a few run-ins with Marcus. Maybe his house is not far from the pod. Maybe he's sort of living on the edge of El Paso. So Doug, you get the file. The fingerprints have come back to a Marcus Lopez, middle-aged man in his 50s. He's a taxidermist. He has a few charges on his record: assaulting an officer, public disturbance, and there are notes that he probably has some mental conditions that were the cause of these. He's never been put in jail. The judge has always waived it to public service or something like that. None of his offenses were to a level of violence or anything like that that would have gotten him in trouble that way.
All misdemeanors.
Yeah.
What you said? Did you say assaulting an officer?
Yeah, assaulting an
Because that is a
officer.
federal charge.
No, that I know, I understand that, but it says in the thing, it basically when they approached him, he got a little pushy, but the police decided they know the guy. Marcus has lived in El Paso for some time, and it was waived. But absolutely, it could have been pushed. But you can see in the notes that they don't feel Marcus is any threat. But these were the charges that were originally levied.
There's
Yeah,
probably
so-
one of those in my file too.
Yeah, Doug's gonna just take
Yep.
that file, plop it down on the table, and say, "There you go. We found our perp."
Don't be so hasty, Hoffman.
Case closed.
Take a
Don't you
look.
think we should at least go to his domicile? I know where it is.
So do
Yeah,
I.
it's
His
also
address
listed.
is
It's
right
also
here.
it's also listed on that. Yeah.
I leave and I go in my truck. I'm going to beat them there.
Okay.
Fuck. I just like scoop all my shit up, and I'm making
And
for
I
my
book it.
SUV
Okay.
Like I'm being chased by
because
something.
I'm probably in better condition than he is. Can I catch up to him on foot?
I'll tell you what.
Yes.
Why don't we just make it opposed here? Athletics, stamina, both of you.
Oh no, this could be close.
Athletic stamina. What did the other four do? The other three do as these two rush out of the room.
Sheriff.
965.
965.
10-7-3.
So 965, that's 2 successes. 1073, that's 2 successes. A tie always goes to the active character, and in this case, Agent Mulsky is the active character she's pursuing. So you do catch up to him.
To be catching
He's
up with my truck.
almost on the other side of the parking lot, and you can see an old beat-up pickup truck he was heading to. Do
All
the
right.
other 3 also leave the office?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I was gonna do stuff, but I don't know if you really want to split up the story.
Well,
here.
what would you like to do?
I was gonna use my contacts in law enforcement to contact the local sheriff.
Okay. And let's and what about Jessie?
Seeing that the sheriff is reaching out to the locals, I would be running after. I'd probably be running after Jayna and seeing if I can catch her.
Okay.
Don't worry,
So-
I'll take an Uber.
Let's so first of all, Ryan, what is your intention with the phone call to the contact?
I just want to.
law enforcement.
First of all, I want to let them know that I'm in town and
Yeah.
possibly looking into a case, just as a a formality.
Okay.
What's the word? Being polite. I can't think of the word.
Well, the formality.
Etiquette?
Yeah.
Etiquette?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
And I just want to confirm everything in that report about this person.
Can you give me how many points in contacts do you have?
2.
2. So let's do a charisma plus your contact level. So however many dice that is. Give me a roll on that.
That's okay.
And while you do that, outside, Agent Mulsky, you sort of catch up to Roe Jorgen.
I have 4 successes.
Oh, nice, dude. Nice.
I'm
Okay,
not
one
trying,
second. I'll get to that.
I'm not trying to stop him. I just hop into the passenger seat.
Oh, you're going with him?
Yep.
In the old shitty
Okay.
truck?
No, you're going to stand at the door, pull on it for a lot, and then I'm going to sigh and let you in. I'm going to pull a bunch of fast food containers off of the seat, kick some
just
out
like-
of the way. Yeah, and I totally let you in. You got up. It's fair. Let's go. Come on. First time a Federalis has been in this piece of shite.
So the
I've
two of
seen
you
worse.
get in. Jesse, you get out, and you're in the parking lot, and you can see that they've made it across the road into this old beat-up truck.
Is it a single bench?
I would bet it is, yes.
And Jesse's getting in her own damn car.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Jesse's getting in her car. Inside, Sheriff, you contact and you get the local officer in charge with 4 successes. What are you letting him know exactly? That you're in town.
I'm in town. I might be working a case that might be related to a case of mine in the past. And just to not step on anybody's toes.
Mhm.
And then I want to confirm the information in that report about this gentleman that they're going over to see.
Okay. And
And ask any background on him that I might need to
Okay.
know.
Doug, you're in the room as Sheriff makes this call, and you can sort of overhear things that's going on. So feel free to jump in here if you need to. The police confirm. First of all, they're more than happy. They're running around with chickens with their head cut off. So if you can lend any kind of assistance with the missing boys, and they're not sure how that links to a previous case of yours, but they understand that there's a federal agent also coming into town tonight. That's been assigned to that case to take that off their caseload. Although they have not heard from her yet.
Has the case been taken over by the FBI? Are they not actively?
They have relinquished the case to the FBI on the grounds that the body count has reached a level at this point, if it is the same killer, that this is now a federal jurisdiction. Plus, it's cross-state, So yes, they have relinquished control of that.
Can I also ask if they have anybody else that's like super sketchy in the area that might fit like that they were looking into, or
No, they have checked. They have checked on everybody that they thought might be of a threat. As far as the man that you bring up, they can confirm that Marcus Lopez has been a El Paso resident for as long as they can remember, probably all of his life. And he can be prone to fits of violence, but he is a very kind and gentle man, usually. And he has, because he's been around for so long, his family has certain connections in the city, and they have tried to show him as much lenience as possible, which confirms everything that you're seeing in his report. They also mentioned to you that he is a bit of a holy roller. He believes that he's doing God's work. Very religious.
And one other thing, since I'm on the phone with law enforcement, I would like to requisition some firearms.
Okay, so let's make that check right now as well. So you're gonna roll. It should say on your character sheet your pool there.
That'd be
Manipulation streetwise.
Oh, okay.
I want to use the CB.
Oh, and some
this.
surveillance equipment in case I might need it.
Okay.
3 successes.
I'm sure I could probably help with some of that.
Yeah, roll an extra dice for Doug's assistance.
3 successes.
Okay, 3 successes.
Thank you, Doug.
So, what weapon are you what are you requisitioning?
A rifle and a shotgun, and some Actually, I'm probably gonna need a car now that everybody's left me. So I'd like to requisition a vehicle with fleet as well.
Okay, I'm not gonna ask for another roll. They're gonna get you a car over there.
Can I get a surveillance?
Doug probably has a car.
Yeah,
right?
they're actually, you have surveillance as a perk, so they're gonna get you a surveillance van. They actually tell you they actually tell you that Doug has access to their the garage, and that that he can get those for
Okay,
you.
we'll take the surveillance van because it's cooler than Doug's Honda Accord.
It's a Ford Focus, thank you.
Oh, what?
Okay, so you have a surveillance van.
Perfect.
You rolled high enough to get yourself weapons, but not high enough to get anyone else weapons. So what would you like, a shotgun or a rifle?
One or the other?
Yeah.
I'll take the rifle
Okay.
with a scope on it, if possible.
Yes, you essentially get a sniper's rifle.
Perfect.
So you can add that to your character sheet, and it's a plus 4 dice bonus on damage.
Plus,
Breaker 1-9, breaker 1-9.
So-
this is bait boy.
Do you then begin to make your way over with Doug, or do you and Doug stay at the?
if Doug wants to roll in the sweet surveillance van with me.
Oh yeah, but Doug's gonna drive, and he drives like a grandma.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Okay,
Like he
so
does,
we have
he does like 2 miles under the speed limit constantly.
we have everyone heading there at varying speeds and times. So I think this is as good a time as any to take our break, and we'll come back after that and see what we find out.
We'll be right back.
Boy, my ass is swollen.
We're back.
I've not heard that in so long.
So the old beat up pickup. We are live, right?
Yes.
The old beat up pickup truck rumbles its way across town, down familiar roads, and out to the very edge on the northeast side of El Paso. The rains
behind it.
You need to use there's just enough rain that you need to turn the windshield wipers on once in a while, but not enough to just leave them on any frequency. But the truck
Wiper
arrives.
singular, the one on her side doesn't work.
Fair enough. You
It might
arrive.
even be there.
You arrive at
Is it
Mr.
like the
Lopez's.
metal striping on the window?
It's not even there.
Yes. You arrive at Mr. Lopez's abode and you pull up. There are no lights on at the house except for one on the second floor. There is an old beat up, maybe it was a barn at one point, but it's looking a little bit on the disheveled side as you drive up the laneway. The porch has all kinds of antlers of varying rack size all over it, and there is, from what you can tell, a stuffed bear standing outside the front door. As the pickup sort of rattles up the driveway. Jessie, they're up at the house when you sort of get to the end of the driveway, and once again, you know, this beautiful car of yours, you can hear
driveway.
Yeah, you can hear stones pinging the bottom of it and whatnot, and it is certainly not a level drive as you pull up. You're not sure where Sheriff Rose or Doug are at this time, but the three of you are there.
Front
You
door.
can see lights coming on inside the house. Someone has seen you arrive.
Front door, bold as brass. I know this guy. He's bought armadillo skins off me.
All right, but don't go in and start poking around.
Oh, no, I wouldn't go in anyone's house out here. Not unless and you like the taste of lead.
So the front door open. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna stay behind them a little bit so that they can't see me, and I'm gonna like do my sense unnatural because that lasts for a little bit.
Oh, okay. So let's engage that right away for this scene. So
I don't
what is
need
your
to use my hands for that?
No, you can do it very subtly. So what's the pool on that? Does it say beside sense unnatural?
So 6.
So you give me a roll there. Roe, you're sort of up the first 2 steps and just about to step on top of the porch when the front door opens. There's a screen door between you. A little, round, bald man with a shotgun is standing on the other side of the screen. Who are you? What you about?
Whoa, Marcus. It's me, Roe.
Who?
Roe. Roe knows your neighbor from like 2 miles over there? I live in the trailer. I've sold stuff to you.
He squints.
Nope.
Yeah, you lift the hat just for a bit and you can feel like the hair start to tingle. You're so close to a federal agent and you've just taken your tinfoil hat off.
I just look over at him like...
He's like,
I step a little bit farther away.
what the fuck you want?
Her.
It's the middle of the night.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Any successes?
I had 4 successes out of 6.
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay.
Not even the slightest tingle here.
That's fine with me.
Calm down. Have you had any break-ins recently?
No?
You sure nobody stole any fake eyeballs from you?
The hell you talking about, boy? Take my eyeballs. What are you talking about?
You mind holding this silver ring for a sec?
Lean
Not
over
touch-
to Jayna. Just kind of, this ain't your guy.
As he sees Jessie and her unsettling aura, he pauses and he's like, oh my, bro. You did not tell me you were traveling with angels.
Yes, he's like,
You know,
looking
Roe.
around.
Roe.
He lowers his gun. He comes out through the screen door. The man is wearing a wife beater tank top. You know the kind.
Yep,
You can
I
see
do
his
have
dark areolas through the thin shirt.
Pancake
his
nipples.
He's
his
got
shoulder hair and
he's got a pair of underwear boxer shorts with a big fucking yellow stain on the front. Like it's nasty.
One ball is hanging out.
I like that.
I am going to turn my
He's-
silver ring inward and extend my hand to shake his hand.
He absently shakes your hand while not being able to take his eyes off of Jesse.
The silver doesn't hurt him?
If it does, he does not let on.
Okay, fair enough.
He does not let on.
Mr. Lopez, could you please do an inventory of your eye caps and ensure you have all of the ones that you should have?
I got
All words.
all. He looks right at Jesse. He's like, I got all my caps.
I would appreciate it if you double checked.
What's this about?
A dead boy.
I'm going to move my way towards the
Oh.
door slowly
Oh.
to look in. Not go in.
Okay. Okay.
Just kind of
Give me an
look and
Give me an awareness wits.
make some deep breaths in through my nose and see if I smell anything.
Awareness wits.
Weird.
Jesse. He says, my dear girl, what? God himself has put his thumb on your forehead.
Don't know about that.
You have the most beautiful aura I've ever seen.
I don't know I've ever heard it put that way before. But I would appreciate it if you checked anyways.
Oh, you're talking about the caps I put in that boy's eyes.
Why did
You-
you put him... What? You saw his body.
I did. In the culvert.
You found him.
I went in there looking for animals. They get caught up in the culvert, you know. A lot of rain.
With all this
washing.
rain, I can imagine.
He doesn't even seem to notice anyone else. Now, everything is focused on Jesse.
Perfect. So 6 is a success. Anything less sucks.
Yeah. What'd we get?
I got 1.
You got 1 success?
1 out of 4. Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to give it to you because he's so enraptured by Jesse's halo that that you can see his house is a mess. Like the man is not tidy. But you don't see any signs of any kind of taxidermy equipment or anything like that in there. You have a feeling maybe in the barn.
I am gonna go in the house if he's not watching me.
Yeah,
Sneaky,
you walk.
sneaky.
Like
Just
I said,
before Ro goes in, I
Yeah.
pull out. He's on. Don't touch anything unless you gotta.
she gives you a pair of gloves. I love that you have the
You
props.
just
by the
have
way.
those on your desk.
It's fucking amazing.
I use them for my 3D printing.
Yeah,
Sure you
I
do.
remember.
Sure you.
So he says to you, Jesse, he goes, yeah, that boy was just staring off into nowhere. It's not good for the soul. So I put the eye caps in.
Okay.
I'm so
Why
busy
didn't you
doing.
report it?
Well, I meant to. I'm so busy doing God's work. And he motions to the bear. And now you can see there's an owl stuffed above the door. So busy doing God's work, taking care of his creatures. I got sidetracked. I apologize. Surely the Lord will forgive me.
I heard the thing about him struggling mentally a little bit, right?
Yes, but the
I was
religious
studying for
angle you
that.
don't.
Okay.
The religious angle you don't know about that. Only Rose and Hoffman know about that.
I think we can put 2 and 2 together, though.
A little bit. Jesse's not stupid.
He's like, that boy was in very bad shape, lying up against the side of the culvert wall.
Okay. Was he
I could
still
tell-
alive?
No. I think he'd been there for some time.
Did you find anything on him? Take anything from him?
No, ma'am. I put the eye caps in so that he didn't have to look upon this world anymore. I closed his eyes gently and I left him there.
Do you see anything around him? Find anything around him?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Anything that seemed like it shouldn't be there other than him? Just trying to understand what happened to this poor kid.
He's like, no, nothing comes to mind.
Hearing any other rumors?
Rumors. I heard about the boys going missing.
And you ain't seen any of them?
No, not except that boy in the culvert. And he scratches his head, and you can tell like there's lots of brain function happening right now. The wheels are spinning in there. Give me an insight. Give me an insight. Insight manipulation.
I'd add that too, since I'm standing right
Yep,
there.
absolutely. Let's jump inside while they make those rolls. Ro, you walk in the front door.
Yep.
Like I said, the place is not well kept. The man, he's an older man, and there's an old beat up TV. There's a single chair in front of it. There's a kitchen with a stack of dishes in the sink off of this room, and a set of stairs going upstairs. Bathroom, laundry room on the back.
I'm looking for anything nefarious and a basement door on this level.
Okay, give me an investigation. Investigation wits, please.
He's like, Mom, pay attention to me.
How many successes do we get? 2?
I had 2.
I had 1.
1? Okay.
Jesus Christ, Doug, could you drive any slower?
You feel like he's slowly but surely recognizing his error here.
And like not reporting it, or
Not reporting it.
yeah.
But you don't sense that he's being deceptive.
No.
But
Does
clearly
he seem like he's getting agitated though? Like, because Jesse would definitely try to like help calm him if he is.
Okay. He was very agitated at the door.
Okay.
But your
I
presence
see him.
normally sets people a little on edge, but it's having the
Doing
reverse.
the opposite.
It's having the reverse effect here. He recognizes the marks of the stigmata, and he sees this as a connection to the divine in some way, and he is enthralled by you.
Sort of look at Jayna for guidance.
Mr. Lopez, what can you tell us about how you found him other than he was leaning up against the wall? What did the area around him look like?
I hold out one of my hands to him so that he like is paying attention.
Yeah. Like you hold out a hand to take his hand, or?
Yeah, so like, like in a sort of comforting sort of way.
Okay. There is a sigh of relief as he touches your hand.
Because he does
Not
everything
creepy
in
at
our power
all.
not to like twitch. But
And he says the walls of the culvert were green, sort of. It's dark in there. It's melt pretty bad. Didn't find no animals there that day. Just the body. Inside, Ro, there is no basement. You don't think this house has a basement. You think it's just got a crawl space under it and it's up on blocks. You're on mute, my man. So there doesn't appear to be any entrance to the basement. And what did your investigation roll do?
I got 2 successes. That said, I've been here.
There is a lot of religious iconography around the house.
Yeah.
Crosses.
Yeah, I know this guy's a little bit weird.
Reliquaries, things like that. There's a number of different copies of the Bible. Different printings, different editions.
Yeah, I got the fact that his whole spirituality is completely on the wrong side of the fence there. Weird one.
Yeah.
But I have been here before selling hides and whatnot, or giving him hides. So do I know where he works?
You think you're pretty sure you recall out in the barn?
Well, then I'm going to go out the back door and head to the barn.
Sure.
I'm going to do one of these as I leave, just so somebody can maybe know that I'm inside and moving.
Yeah, absolutely. Jesse, could you give me a persuasion manipulation roll? And I'm going to give you a bonus dice because Agent Mulsky is helping you, and everybody's being very calm. As well, our surveillance van is rumbling down the road, and you can see a house with some lights on up ahead. 3 successes.
Wow.
Okay.
Rolled a 6, 7, and 8.
Rick, you're muted.
You're on mute. We all mute so we don't interject.
Yeah. I know, right? Yeah. As we pull up, you just hear the from the Who, from Won't Be Fooled Again. Yeah. Because I could not figure out how to get Miranda's tape to stop the whole way here.
Okay.
So, as we roll up and just park very slow.
Does Sheriff? Do you like the Who?
No.
Neither does Doug, though.
I get out of the van and I say something along the lines of, "Thanks for." Oh wait, Jess, you inside or outside?
We're on his porch.
Outside on the porch.
We're standing on the porch.
I get out of the van and I say, "Thanks for leaving me there, and I had to drive with Miss Daisy all the way over here."
Sorry, you seemed like you were busy.
Is that movie out yet? I don't know.
No, Miss Daisy is not out yet in '89. I'm pretty sure.
Also, Miss Daisy wasn't the driver.
It's a joke.
It's a joke.
Sorry.
It doesn't hit.
No.
It doesn't hit.
No sense of humor.
So as the vehicle arrives, it doesn't even break his focus on Jesse, and he goes, I saw a van when I came out of the culvert.
What kind of van? Don't tell me it was a florist van.
What? No, I don't think so. What did it say? It says...
Was there a dick on the side of it?
No. It said, wash, fold, dry, I think. Maybe... I think there was a clothes peg on the side of it.
Okay. Good, that's something to go on. Did
Yeah.
the van seem out of place?
Sure, there's nothing out by that culvert. And he points generally in the direction it is. It's not near here. It's take a bit to get to. But he points in a general direction. Like he knows the lay of the land. Sheriff, you and Hoffman are now here, the two of you, and you can see this half-naked man on his front porch. Agent, what do we got going on?
I'm just going to make a gesture to Hoffman and Rose to loop around back towards the barn. Just like a very subtle gesture at the hip, telling them to amscray.
Okay.
No,
go ahead. Doug is not what?
Doug is not very good at police work. He is very good at lab stuff. So he is kind of the distraction. He's just Mr. Lopez, you're hanging out. Fully trying to
Okay.
get his attention to
Sheriff Rose,
posed.
Do you take the hint and go around back?
Sure.
I'm going to say that you meet up with Roe here coming out the back of the house, and the two of you walk together in the dark towards this dilapidated barn.
Okay.
Let's try not to be extra chatty or loud.
Well, stealth is my worst skill.
Poor Mr. Lopez is devastated that he would have a testicular getaway in front of this divine creature that is standing on his porch. You can tell he's embarrassed. He immediately blushes He puts his gun down and very quickly tucks himself inappropriately. But you can tell that you've definitely embarrassed him.
So he
Doug-
puts
Well,
his
he's
gun away.
embarrassed himself, but he is
like
embarrassed.
Doug hustles over though. He's gonna like put his body in the way of everyone else to shield his shame.
Okay.
But he's out of breath. He's so out of breath.
Okay.
Just driving here. It's just like, oh, so stressful.
No, the hustle. They're like 30 feet to the front door.
It's
Yes, he
okay,
tries to,
Mr.
like-
Lopez.
Smile reassuringly, like realizing sort of what's happening. Like 'cause she doesn't want him to get stressed and stop talking.
Oh, yeah, and
So-
you feel like maybe that's about to happen. So give me a persuasion charisma check, Jesse, to sort of reassure
Wrong
him.
person to be doing this. I am definitely.
I
the
will
wrong
give you an
person to
extra
be
dice
doing this.
because Agent Mulsky also told him not to, sweat it, and so I'll
One
give you an
success.
extra dice. One success.
One success.
It's just part of the body
1 out of
God
2.
made you. It's okay.
Just
I'll
he's not
let
very
you
persuasive.
succeed at a cost.
Okay.
You will calm him down, but he will become more infatuated with you.
Sure. The missing boys are the important part.
Take
Oh,
it for the boys.
Only one of his boys was missing.
He
No
smiles.
dick and fart jokes.
He smiles.
That's not a dick
He
or a
smiles
fart.
at you, and it goes so far as to even says to Jesse, why don't you come inside? It's awfully cold out here.
We can tell. Sorry.
You're not there.
Behave. You're
As
the
long as my
weirdo
friends
sneaking
can come
across
with
the
me,
property
sure.
in the dark.
Okay, whatever you want. I didn't get your name.
Jesse.
Oh, he lets out a sigh like that's the beautifulest name he's ever heard.
Oh my God, it's male Tugger all over again.
Well, Miss Jessie, you come right in and you bring your friends. I'm not sure I got any refreshments, but we'll see what we can find.
That's all right.
That's quite all right.
We got a
my-
long
Mr.
night ahead of
Lopez.
us.
My two guys at the back, you reach the barn.
He's gloving up as we're walking in the door.
There is a sliding door. One of those old barn doors that slide on rails. There's one of those that you can enter the barn with. You can see that there's a fair amount of foot traffic back here around the barn. The ground padded down. There's also a number of tire marks from vehicles coming and going. But nothing that you would consider suspicious.
Nothing extra that I would,
No.
okay.
No.
Hey, you got a weapon there?
Of course.
All right. Then cover me.
Maybe you should. You know what? That's probably a better idea. Okay, I'll cover you.
And I just grab the door and I slide it open as fast as I can
Okay.
and go, ha ha!
Do you have a? No, I guess you don't really need a license for a firearm. Anyways,
Inside,
Not in the 80s, you didn't.
inside, it's almost like there's a concrete step up, and inside, it's almost like some sort of museum of animal. None of the animals are particularly posed in realistic positions. They all seem to have sort of an upward praising quality to them.
Like they're
Look-
praying to God.
Yeah, looking skyward, or perhaps even open-armed or open-pawed to the skies. And the number of different animals in here is astounding to you. Apparently people have brought their pets here. There are a number of cats and dogs, and it's all little...
How is there a light on in here, or
No, but you see a light switch inside, you can throw that, and sure enough, it lights up, and to one side you can see a door into where all the work is done. And compared to his house, there is a certain level of pride in the way things are kept out in the garage versus in the house. The garage itself is not in good condition, but he has, everything has its place in here.
Rose
And his working space is pretty clean and tidy, and there are a number of large freezers.
Well, yes,
in here
I
as
do.
well.
I don't know if he's the one. He was going on some cockamamie story that he found the guy in a storm drain and he didn't want his eyes to be dead to the Jesus or whatever thing he said. Some weird mumbo jumbo.
After I realized that Roe is like walking into the darkness, I pulled a flashlight and I'm like, okay, let's have a look around here.
Okay.
I
think he turned the lights on. He hits the light
I'm
switch
sorry.
just inside the door. So
Yeah,
everything
probably
is
after
lit up.
your
But as strange as this room of this menagerie of, taxidermist animals is, it's all little. It's far different than the house.
Is it basically like a kind of, does it seem like a religious sort of thing?
Yeah, there's literally like a cat on its knees with its forepaws raised to the sky. It's strange. But the difference is that this place is kept and the house is not.
Right.
I'm going to the freezers first.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was my thought as well.
All right. You check. I assume you're checking for bodies. I will tell you now. No need for a roll, because I think sheriff's intelligence and investigation is high enough, anyways, to get him his 2 successes. Because we can do a half as opposed to a roll. So
Mine
the two of you
are 5 dice as well.
You've got 5, and I think sheriff has 5 as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Investigation. Yeah.
Investigation, intelligence.
And intelligence.
Oh, I have 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So.
No, sorry, I have 5.
Well, 5 is still... The 2 of you look the place over. There's nothing suspicious here, other than it's a little strange.
Okay. Well, however long that takes us, I guess.
Yeah. Inside the house, he brings you in. He gets everybody out a Paps, if you'd like it.
No, thank you, sir.
And he as your friends are out in the barn, his story doesn't waver. You really believe that he found this kid in the culvert, that he put the eye caps in, and you can tell that he gets obsessed with one line of work. The house is in disarray and nothing's really kept here.
You didn't do anything else to the boy when you found him? Just the eye caps?
Just the eye caps. He needed to rest.
Of course. You are doing the Lord's work.
I am.
I believe you. That matters.
It matters a great deal to me, Miss Jessie.
On the green walls, Mr. Lopez, were there any sort of markings or carvings or spray paint? Was it algae or...
Yeah, I think it was
goo?
algae. No, I think it was algae. I don't remember any markings, anything significant. I go in and out of that drain a lot.
How often?
I check it once a month.
Have you found other boys' bodies?
No, ma'am.
Any other humanoid bodies?
No, ma'am.
Just animals.
Would Doug know that's legit?
No other bodies have been found, and it's entirely possible that this guy, there's nothing that goes against what you found with the body. So if we were to build a timeline here, he finds a body in the culvert, he puts the eye caps in, the heavy rains come, and he gets washed out. It all seemed that.
Yeah.
With the exception of how could this man not report it? There's nothing really suspicious here.
Yeah, Doug believes the most mundane explanation possible. He doesn't believe all the supernatural mumbo jumbo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't sense anything inside the house.
No, you're still. That's still running for the scene. You sense
Yeah.
nothing
Nothing.
supernatural in
Okay.
nature here.
And did he indicate when he found the body? I can't remember if we asked that, and I just didn't write it down.
A few. It would be you found it 48 hours. So a few weeks ago, maybe about a week and a half ago, we found it. That again checks out because Hoffman noted that the body had been decomposing for a little while.
Yeah.
Okay.
If the boy was missing for 2 months, he's been dead a month.
We're still missing a
Like-
couple others.
Yeah. Like he's hanging on to him or something. A little
Because
bit.
Doug would probably pull somebody aside and mention,
Well, you'd probably pull
Brown.
Agent Mulsky because he is not letting go of Miss Jessie's hand.
Yeah, because rank and all that. Levon Brown, Brennan Archuk, George Perez, they're still missing. They're around the same time or more recent gone missing.
And it seemed to kick off with Ben Yavis.
Yeah, he was the first reported missing.
Sure seemed like it, yep. Far as we can tell.
I'll go back to Mr. Lopez. Mr. Lopez, do any of these names sound familiar to you at all? And I'll list off the boys' names.
Yeah, he says I think I heard about them on the news. That one boy, the last one you said there, which is
George.
I remember hearing on the news, and he points at the television that young boy was missing.
Jeremy, would Doug recognize any of these names? Because he is, public servant and also.
I mean, you
lived in El Paso for quite a while.
you don't necessarily know any of the families, but all of these names have you, like being around the police and investigations and things like that. All of these names, have
Sure.
come up at some point in meetings and whatnot as missing persons, and
That's
there is some concern that they're all teenage boys, which is why we now have a federal agent here and whatnot.
Right. I didn't know if he had anything personal with anybody.
No.
Well, I'm gonna look at.
I will say that, like, when he Doug would know. Doug's maybe seen vans like that were described around town. There's a laundry service in town with vans like that. They have a big painted like clothespin on the side, and they the words that Mr. Lopez said, "Wash, fold, dry," they're written on the side too.
They're all over the place. It's like ice cream trucks.
When you go into the culvert, Mr. Lopez, how deep do you go? Do you just go into this one area where you found Eric, or?
No, I walk it from one end to the other.
Okay. Are there any sort of?
It's about half mile from one end of the culvert to the other.
Okay.
There was no other boys in there though, just that one.
And is it just one long tunnel, or are there little offshoots at all?
No, it runs from, and he names off, it runs from Jacob's Field over in, just outside of town, and then down into the creek.
Does that sound pretty legit to Doug?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay.
You even, and the culvert, where the body was picked up. He's spot on. You know the one.
Yeah, and Doug would back that up.
Okay.
Yeah, that all checks out. That
And
all
he-
tracks.
Eric was found at Jacob's Fields?
Well, he was
Or-
found he was washed out by the creek.
Oh, he was out by the creek, so...
Mm-hmm. The rains would have come down and washed him out.
Right, okay.
That's normal. I mean, we find lots of bodies out in the creek.
Concerning.
Well, you see a lot of things.
I'm aware.
The devil's work. The devil's work, Mr. Lopez says.
Sure, Mr. Lopez. Yep.
All right.
Have you ever met a man named Kevin? Kevin Warwick?
Kevin Warwick? No, ma'am.
Any Warwicks?
No, ma'am.
Doug at this point is like, who? Who are you talking about?
So in the meeting, they would have gone over. This would have been gone over.
Oh, okay.
But it was brought up that this suspected serial killer, this Kevin Warwick, aka the Tooth Fairy, he comes from a family up in Pennsylvania, the Warwick family.
Maybe Doug's playing a little bit dumb. Like who?
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Kevin? What?
Yeah. You don't.
Kevin's around here.
You feel like this is a dead end now, with the exception of the van. Mr. Lopez, you could certainly bring Mr. Lopez in for not reporting the body.
Kind of look at Jayna, and I'm like, I mean, I know that he should have reported the body, but technically he didn't do anything wrong.
Miss Williams.
And he's working so hard out here.
My concern is missing children. I'm not concerned about the desecration or unreporting of a corpse.
Our two guys from the barn, you guys have wrapped up in there. You're back outside.
I feel like Doug is probably reaching for, some handcuffs that maybe he doesn't even have.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just like saying this, and I'm like, I think maybe we could let him go with a slap on the wrist. Do you think?
That's exactly what I just said. I have no interest in misdemeanors.
Okay.
I'll kind of look at Marcus, and I just, let him, just be like, just keep it up, and we got some work that we got to go get done, but you keep it up, and if you think of anything that might help us, you come let us know, okay?
He offers for you to come back anytime.
I give him my card with my briefcase phone number on it.
Okay. All right.
While they're handing out cards and, talking, Doug's going to head out to the van and try to, because he's totally lost at this point. He's going to try to come up with something to give him some kind of lead.
Okay.
And with the clues that we've been given at this point, he just wants to.
Why don't you give me an investigation intelligence roll there?
Doug? I can probably do that, allegedly. Let's see.
You're taking your gloves off as you walk out. Everybody's back at the vehicles. Mr. Lopez closes the door.
Anybody got one of those fancy car phones?
I do, actually.
The van would have a police channel radio as well.
I would love to use that, actually.
Okay. So first of all, Doug, what did you roll?
1 second. I had to find my numbers. That is 1 success out of 5.
1 success. Then I will give you one tidbit here, and that is that I think you probably want to know if the van had anything to do with it.
Yeah.
If it was spotted in the area by your.
And it's late right now, right?
It's very late. Yeah. And you're all very tired. You're all very tired.
Maybe we regroup first thing in the morning and.
Sheriff Rose, you get on the police radio?
Yeah, I want to inquire. I want to describe those vans to anyone, see if there's like a company that comes up.
You weren't there for that discussion.
I was going to say, can we run the plate?
Let's move the plot along here.
Okay, you didn't get a plate. Can we say that you tell the sheriff about that?
Yeah, because
actually, Doug, you were thinking about it. So, do you want to maybe bring that up to the sheriff? Okay.
Well, we know the name of the company anyway.
Yeah, I'll mention it to the sheriff as he gets back in the van as I'm driving 2 miles.
So dispatch gets back to you, and they tell you they think that's Herrera Laundry Services.
And can we get an address for that?
Yeah, they give you an address.
Okay, perfect.
It's right down. It's like right downtown in the business section. The rain is starting to pick up. The rain is starting to pick up now, as well.
Nobody should be there at this time of night, correct?
Correct.
Well, I'm going to go park out front.
Okay.
I'm going with.
Okay.
Yeah, so is the surveillance van.
just three
Just like our
vehicles,
convoy.
So the convoy
Driving across the fucking El Paso.
the convoy makes it
Pig pen, this here is a rubber
the
duck.
convoy makes its way downtown.
Fine,
They
but I'm
pass-
driving.
You
Walking
pass
fast.
Herrera. You pass Herrera Laundry Services. The billboard is out front is a massive clothes peg with the words wash. What is it here? Wash, fold, dry. You can see that there's an office entrance where people can they do dry cleaning, but their primary business appears to be like business laundry. Like they're probably doing sheets from hotels or towels or things like that.
I feel like Doug's gonna be
Or
like,
uniform cleaning. It's a pretty large building, and there is a parking and loading area at the back, and you can see close to a dozen truck like sort of these cargo vans, just as Mr. Lopez described, white with sort of a blue clothes peg on it, and the words "wash, fold, dry." So
Yeah,
everything checks out.
As we get there, Doug's gonna be like, Agent Mulsky, you wanna pull rank here?
Oh, I intend to. Stay here. And I get out of the car.
Doug's not gonna stay there.
Neither is Jessie.
Okay, so,
You want me to
So
pull
wh-
rank and then you don't do what I tell you. I don't
so
understand.
you're downtown
Who's in
on sort
whose
of
vehicle.
yeah.
I was in the truck with
So
Robert,
everyone went with the same
Then
vehicle
you're
as
at
they
the
came
back door
in.
but- Perfect.
Okay.
because that is where your staff will come in the morning.
So
If I can't get in tonight.
we are downtown. It's like I'm gonna say it's almost 1 a.m. now. The rain is falling now, not pouring, but it's a good amount of rain coming down, and the streets are relatively empty. Occasionally, you see like a taxi cab or a bus drive down, but the laundry business is just off sort of one of the main roads on a side street. So everything is happening down across the main road down at the end, but not sort of where you are. Where you are, it's pretty quiet. There's a couple of apartment buildings and a couple of other businesses that bump up against and close to this building. But it sits by itself on a corner lot.
Said that my sense unnatural lasts for the scene.
This would be a new scene now.
A new scene. Okay.
Yes. So would you like to make that check again? Are we about to do a break and enter scene? Is that what's
Hell
happening here?
yeah. 'Cause
Okay.
If
I
we're
can
going
do
in, then
that.
yes. If we're going in, then yes.
Okay.
If I have Federalis support, for sure.
Okay.
You don't,
so-
because I told everybody to stay in their cars. So,
But you came with
Nobody
me.
was. Literally
So let's do
nobody
a
was.
sense the unnatural check, and if someone is opening the door, I need a larceny composure check.
Yo, Federalis, you want me to open this?
you have lockpicks?
I think it might be already open. If it's open, it's not breaking and entering, right? And then I'm going to unlock it the best I can.
Okay, so Larson, give me.
Doug's
give me
gonna
lo- Doug is gonna what?
assist with that.
Okay, so
So
larceny
I'm at the back-
composure,
you guys all at the back door?
larceny composure with an extra dice as Doug tells you where to put your tools.
Not
And
there, not there, not here. The left.
Can I get an assist on shutting Doug the hell up?
no, you may not.
This
It's not a body.
Jesse, what did you get for sense the unnatural?
5 out of 6 successes.
5 out of 6. Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Please remember to tell me if you get 2 10s because that's a critical.
I didn't. They were. I got 3 7s, 2 9s, and a 5.
Okay.
I got 2 10s and a 7 and then garbage.
So 2 10s turn into 4 successes plus the 7. That's 5 successes. So it's not long before you've got one of the cargo bay doors unlocked.
Yeah. See? Look, this one's just open.
Yeah, I had nothing to do with that.
Nope.
Last chance. Stay out here.
You're gonna want me in there if something goes wrong.
You
Oh,
don't
where's
sense.
the fun
You
in that?
don't sense anything, Jesse. Sheriff Rose, what are you doing as these
Yahoos.
these people are at the back door working their magic?
Oh, Kathy.
Kathy, I need some advice.
Need the files sent over.
Consider whether I should be breaking into a business or not.
You weren't breaking in. It was Roe.
And the door was open.
Wonder if I can
And
arrest somebody.
Roe will go to his grave saying it was open.
Are you still in the surveillance truck?
No, I'll join the. If
'Cause
everybody's
you can
going,
certainly use the equipment in there to listen and not go in.
We were witnesses to Roe breaking and entering.
Could we
Nope.
say, like, from the surveillance van, we've got like earpieces or walkie-talkies or something?
They would be available to you if Sheriff gave them out.
Sure.
Doug would.
Okay.
Would if Sheriff didn't.
So, are you staying in the vehicle monitoring the surveillance equipment then, Sheriff?
Sounds like you want me to. So
No, I don't want you to actually. But if you want to, I'm not sure that you were wanting to go in.
Doug gave you some pointers. He was like, "No, this does this and this does that," and you probably didn't listen to any of it.
if everyone else is going in, I'm going to go in. If anyone wants to
Okay.
stay in the van,
So-
I'll stay in.
The group moves through the back garage door, and you enter an area where obviously trucks load and unload their stuff. There are lots of these cloth bins on wheels, if you know what I mean. They have a frame, and then they have a cloth bag, essentially, and you dump laundry into it. And then you can see stack folded and wrapped laundry and saran wrap type stuff on skids ready to go out. And that takes up the majority of the area you just entered into. You can hear machines running inside the building. So obviously they have left like washers or dryers running overnight. You can see off of the loading docks, there is a sort of a large opening into another area where you can see clothes racks, sort of this massive racking system that moves on like almost like a conveyor belt, right? Everything would hang underneath it, uniforms hanging. You can see sort of that off to that side, and that's where the sound of the machines are. And then to your other side, you can see a door that goes into there's a glass window in the door, and you can see sort of office space beyond that.
So Doug wants to take like a paperclip or something and fuck up the machines so that it causes somebody to come out.
Oh, I like it. Okay, so let's do technology.
Sounds like a switch flipped in Doug somewhere on the line.
Technology intelligence.
Oh shit. Okay. That's pretty decent. Let's see.
What's everyone else doing as Doug makes his way over to the washers and dryers and
I have my sidearm and flashlight out,
Yeah.
and I'm basically trying to clear the floor, make sure there's no anybody else around.
Okay.
That's 2 successes.
2 successes? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you trip a breaker or something, and immediately you can see almost like a fire panel or an alarm panel go off.
I'm going to be sniffing around, literally. I'm trying to see if I can smell blood or something decaying over the smell of all the cleaning solutions.
Okay.
Because, I've dealt with that a few times. So
Okay.
literally
All right.
going to be wandering around at doors going, eyes closed.
Okay.
Going down
This
low,
is so
occasionally tasting dirt around the corner.
we're just going to do a once over of the entire building now together. So I want everybody to make an intelligence investigation check. Does anyone have specialties that might apply here for investigation? It would be in brackets
nope.
beside your investigation.
I have a Shuri. Does that count? She's on my dice.
No.
Hey, stop helping your mama.
I mean, my brackets is murder. Does that count? It seems like a yes, but
I'm going to say yes because that's essentially what you're investigating. So you're looking for specific stuff like that. So you go ahead and do that.
you said intelligence and investigation.
Yes. Yeah. Intelligence. Investigation.
3
Viking,
successes.
4 successes.
4 successes, yeah.
Yeah.
I have 3.
3 successes.
3 as well.
3 successes.
5 and
Oh.
2 are 10s.
Oh, nice.
Jeez.
So the 2 10s count as 4, and then you have 3 more successes. So 7 successes. And what did you get there, Rick?
4.
4.
Only one was a 10, so it doesn't really matter.
You guys go over this place like you're looking everywhere for something suspicious. And nobody finds anything until Agent Mulsky. You get back into the employee locker area where, the drivers come in and put their shit and whatnot for the day. And inside a locker, you find a kid's Star Wars shirt, like original Star Wars. Luke Skywalker holding his lightsaber in the air, the whole bit. Looks just like the poster. And it is horribly bloodstained.
Yeah, Doug walks in, it's like, that's a first edition.
You guys can hear the distant sounds of fire truck sirens as well.
I think you need to contact your CSI. You got any evidence bags on you?
I was gonna say, does Doug have any kind of walkie on him? Because he
Yeah.
is technically police.
Yep.
Would he know what's going on with the fire? Would he have heard?
Well, what you did obviously set off something on the fire panel, and
Oh, okay.
fire trucks have been dispatched.
Okay. As long as I know it's us. As long as I know it's my own thing. Yeah, no, I'm gonna pull out whatever I've got that would be applicable here.
Okay. And you're radioing to let them know you're here?
I'm gonna say false alarm. False alarm. It's fake.
So you're going to try to call in that it's a false alarm to the monitoring station?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, just keep drive past, guys.
Give me a
It's Doug.
subterfuge manipulation check there, Doug, as you call the dispatch center for the city and
He's
tell them they have
perfectly
have
calm on this.
dispatched
Just drive by. It's all good down here.
dispatched
It's all
incorrectly.
good.
You said,
How you doing?
Subterfusion what?
manipulation.
Okay. I'm real good at one of those. That is 2 successes out of 3.
2 successes. They're like CSI Hoffman. Once the trucks roll, they have to investigate. It's policy.
No, guys. It was a bad quarter. I'm sorry. I was just doing laundry. It's fine, guys. I promise.
They're like, we're responding to a commercial laundry building,
Yeah,
not
no, it was
1 in the
me.
morning.
Give me the walkie-talkie, Hoffman.
Hoffman hands it off.
Okay.
This is Agent Mulsky, FBI. You can come to the scene, but do not enter. This is a crime scene.
Okay. I'm not going to ask for a roll on that. They acknowledge that. They'll hold.
So we put the
They let you know that they've also contacted an owner.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Doug would like to persuade them in some way not to call the owner.
Oh,
Like,
they tell
mistake.
Mulsky they've already contacted the owner that they've dispatched fire as protocol.
Doug is yelling over Mulsky's shoulder.
No.
elbow him in the back, in the ribs.
So it's not
Hoffman,
long
I've
before
got it.
fire trucks are outside, and even more. One of the fire, and then a little while after that, one of the fire lieutenants is sort of standing just outside the doorway, hollering inside, identifying himself, and that they have the owner, Mrs. Herrera here.
Before we get to that, do
Yep.
we have descriptions of what the boys were wearing when they disappeared?
Yes. Yes,
Was
I did
this
not. I did
done?
not include that, but I can let you know that the family of pardon me, the family of George Perez reported him missing with a Star Wars T-shirt and a pair of track pants. And
I feel like as the fire department rolls up, Doug is just like, Carlos, God damn it, come on, I know your sister, come on, just go, keep going, just drive fast.
Jesse is just like, what on earth?
They're not buying it, Rick. They're not. They really like Doug,
Right, well,
but they're like,
Hoffman, it's fine. I got it.
Okay, yep.
Just put this in an evidence bag. Do you have a camera?
Yeah, obviously.
Take some pictures. I'm gonna go talk to Mrs. Herrera.
okay.
Yep, Doug's taking all the pictures.
Thank you.
So you're going to talk to Mrs. Herrera. What are our three others? Sheriff Rose, Roe Jorgen, and Jesse. What are the three of you doing?
Anything weird from the shirt?
No.
No.
But you know that like you can't detect traces like that. He or she would have to be within sort of a certain range for you to detect them.
Did you say it was in a
That's
locker?
not true though,
or...
because that mask that we found, that burlap mask, I found that using my magic.
I'm sorry, that is correct.
Because I have specialty in blood magic.
Yeah, you're not sensing anything supernatural on this shirt.
If that's the case, then I would go outside so I'm not in the way.
Okay.
So that Agent Mulsky can do her shit and.
All right.
It's a locker. It was in a locker.
And
is there any way to know whose locker it is?
That's what I'm gonna find out.
they're numbered.
Doug does not know the meaning of in the way.
Do you want to go with Agent Mulsky, Sheriff, to talk?
Well,
to...
if she'll have me.
I don't know. Are you gonna step on my feet?
No.
Doug does.
I am going to look for Scooby-Doo secret panels.
Okay.
Because of course there's one. I'm going to pull levers. I'm going to check all the doors.
All right.
I'm going to hang on them. I'm going to do any esoteric gestures I know.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm going to do nanu. I'm like all of it. Anything I can think of.
I like it.
You know.
I'm going to use the Force because it was a Star Wars T-shirt.
So
I'm going to try everything.
Our two officers of the law come outside and they're introduced to a Rosanna Herrera.
There is an officer of the law here who is not out there.
Okay, fair. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
When we get out there, Jesse's gonna keep an eye out outside and like, just in case anything like pings on her senses while she's out there, just keeping an eye out.
All right.
And which locker had which number locker?
We'll say 42.
Nice.
Meaning of life.
Miss
So
Herrera.
you see an older woman. She's she should probably be retired, but isn't.
Miss Herrera, I'm sorry to get you out of bed this late. We were driving by and the alarm was going off, so we made entry into your establishment. In order to ensure that there was nobody still inside, we did have to do a thorough sweep of the floor, and in the locker room, we happened to find a bloody t-shirt. Could you tell me who locker 42 belongs to, please?
So she says, she's like, well, we do take care of some medical waste. And then she says, what, I'm sorry, I don't know all the locker numbers, but could you explain where it is?
I explain sort of the wall that it's on. Is that what she's asking for?
Yeah, sort of like where it's located. Yeah. She being outside, she doesn't know the numbers off the top of her head.
Well, we can go inside and.
Okay, do you want to do that then?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Do you want to give me an insight composure check for me?
Sure.
As you come into the locker room, Roe has dismantled a number of lockers.
Can Doug help with that? He may not know what he's doing, but he's trying really hard.
Dismantling lockers?
Just assisting in general.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Just being helpful.
When she looks at the locker, she says, "I don't know. I don't know whose locker that is, but you can tell that there was some sort of recognition when you pointed out the locker."
Mrs.
Doug would
Herrera.
like to-
Sorry, go ahead, Doug.
I was gonna say Doug would like to, as a local, just be like, "Look, Miss Herrera, come on, it's me, it's Doug."
Give me a insight composure check, Doug.
Yikes. Okay. Things that Doug's real good at.
Yep.
And if that fails, I want to do something. It's gonna.
Yeah. I love that I love that you're pulling leverage on that, but Doug just can't read between the lines her body language. But with your previous check, Agent Mulsky, you can tell that the woman is not
Being forthcoming.
Yes, she's yeah.
Okay.
Actually,
Mrs.
Hold on. Doug speaks Spanish,
Okay.
and he speaks Spanish to her with like some kind of advantage. Maybe she's better
I'll
with
give-
Spanish than English.
Okay. I tell you what, I'll let you succeed at a cost.
Okay.
You can succeed and you'll get through to her. She'll give you one piece of information, and then she's going to fall apart to the point that she will be inconsolable for the remainder of the evening.
Let me do it.
No, I'm literally standing right there.
It's your
No.
call to make. You can hear him speaking Spanish to her.
I speak Spanish.
Okay, well,
Government agent.
He's asking her to be forthcoming. So, Rick, I'll allow you to make this decision here. Rick can
I will-
succeed at the cost that it will break her.
I will defer to Agent Herrera.
Okay.
I am all about the chain of authority, and yeah, FBI is way higher than CSI.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you should listen to her. Do what she says. You should do what she says.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
Mrs. Herrera, I don't need to impress upon you the importance of this case. This is not
Matarales.
some mistake. If you know
Don't
who
take your
owns this
keys.
locker, I need to know who owns it. Because this is about 6 missing boys, possibly more. One who has been found dead within the last 3 days.
He becomes very stiff and very defiant and says, I don't know whose locker that is.
Mrs.
Okay.
Herrera, I will have you arrested for obstructing the wall.
Give me an intimidation manipulation check.
Doug would like to assist with that.
If this doesn't work, I'm going bad cop.
With an extra dice, Mulsky. Intimidation, manipulation with an extra dice.
2 successes, 8 and 7.
Yeah.
2 successes. I will allow you to succeed with the same failure cost.
That's fine.
She'll become broken and unable to speak anymore this evening.
Chair,
And arrested
Yes.
for obstruction.
can I use my intimidation stare down ability?
Ooh.
I never got to use it
Sure.
before.
Sure, give me that as well. Intimidation. You have a
I'm trying to-
specialty, so give me
I'm
intimidation.
trying to assist in her.
You're just
Uh,
looking at her over the shoulder of Agent Mulsky. So I would like intimidation composure from you.
Oh yes. Is there a
Sure,
bonus?
would you allow it that I could come up with some kind of device to intimidate her further?
Like a bomb?
Absolutely.
What if you openly kind of like spread out the bloody t-shirt
Ooh.
and then
Okay.
put it in the evidence
Yeah.
bag?
Okay,
Yeah,
Ryan,
but-
give yourself an extra dice then. Ryan, give yourself an extra dice.
I got eight dice here, baby.
But also, I've got like some kind of technological bullshit.
Okay, so I have 4 10s and 2 successes.
Don't. 4 10s.
Jesus.
4 10s,
So
a
you
5,
know
and a 7.
DNA. There's DNA. It's new. It's relatively new.
That's true. DNA
DNA
testing.
So you're putting the pressure on her,
probably is.
and
One of those is not a 10. It's it was on a D100. So it wasn't a.
okay.
It's 3 10s.
That's a 10.
It's
It's
still
a one.
enough. It's still enough.
3 10s and 2 successes.
Sheriff Rose is just giving this woman an absolute death stare over your shoulder, and
I can feel
and
the
she-
vibes.
yeah, she finally
We all
says
feel the vibes.
Maybe I pat my sidearm as I
the
stare.
locker belongs to her son Carlos.
Oh shit!
Rick, you would have had like
Okay.
luminol at that point. Luminol was a thing then.
Would Doug know Carlos? At least by reputation.
Give me streetwise intelligence.
I can do that.
Where's your son now, Mrs. Herrera?
I don't know. She's weeping.
That
My-
is
My Carlos couldn't do this.
5 successes.
5 successes. Okay, you, Carlos Herrera, has a rap sheet of violence. You're familiar with a number of his cases. He went to jail 8 years ago for physically assaulting his wife. He went to jail for 8 years for physically assaulting his wife, and he's been out of jail for, you think, in the last 5 years he's gotten out.
Oh yeah, Doug is like Pig Latin there. Like Arlos K Sol A Ifway.
Thank you, Hoffman.
Yep.
That'll do, Hoffman.
And
That'll do, Hoffman. That'll do.
That'll do, Hoffman. As that piece of information is revealed, I am upping the desperation dice now to 1.
Oh
So
shit!
we have 1 desperation
I
dice
see.
in the pool available to our hunters.
Only took 3 hours.
All right. Have any police officers arrived, or is it just the fire department?
Fire department, and that's it.
Has
Okay.
Doug been able to like deter any of
No.
them at all?
They haven't come in the building,
Okay, cool. That's all he really
and
wanted.
now that they know there's no fire, they've let a couple of the trucks go.
Perfect. Nailed it.
Mr. Would it be okay to pull your employee records for your son?
She just sort of raises her hands, and you can do that. So you go through their records. What are you looking for specifically?
Address, last known location,
Yeah.
anything that
You
would
pull a
normally
time
be-
punch card. He's been attending work regularly for the last few months.
I was gonna say since Doug
And-
obviously knows Carlos a little bit, would he know anything to add to that?
He's a big guy. He's no small guy.
They call him Tiny.
Carlos.
Roe would like to go to his truck.
And
To
you
a
have an address.
CB?
You have an address for him, a home address.
Perfect.
I'm going to go to my CB radio, try to get one of my military contacts on it, and see if they know where he is precisely right now.
Okay.
They know if
That's-
he's at home or he's at the
That's gonna be
bar,
hard. That's gonna be hard. But give me a
because I have that as my advantage. So
yeah.
Military.
Give me a charisma.
one,
Actually, charisma. No, manipulation would be fine. Manipulation. How many dots in contacts do you have?
2.
Okay, I'm gonna let you add that. So you're gonna go. Persuasion, manipulation plus 2 dice.
Wow, persuasion, which are no dice at all.
So manipulation plus 2.
Yeah. All right. That is 2 successes.
Mm-hmm.
Of
One of your local contacts knows of the guy. He's into some pretty bad shit. But he thought he makes the remark that he thought he was cleaning himself up.
Doug would like to use.
But he
his
doesn't know
contact.
where he doesn't know where he is. Okay.
Doug would like to use his contact and
Yep.
see if they can trace any local calls.
Yeah. And what contacts are you using?
Miranda.
Miranda? Your ally? Okay. So go ahead and so you call. We don't have to make a roll for that because she's an ally. So you call her using maybe the phone in the office.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna ask. Obviously.
So you call her and you can hear her sort of like you've woken her up.
Miranda, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know. I get it. I get it.
Oh my God! Did Nolan find you?
No. Is
that why you're calling me?
It's worse, but better.
Oh, okay. What is it?
You remember the Fed? Yeah. No, it's just the Fed.
Okay. What time is it? Oh my God! It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Don't even look at the. No, don't worry about
it. Maybe it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Like it's 2 in the morning.
No, Miranda, don't calls real quick.
From home? No.
Can you run to the office real quick?
Run to the office. 2 in the morning.
You big time, Miranda. This is a big fucking deal.
Give me a persuasion manipulation check, please. Actually, no, persuasion charisma.
Okay.
You're trying to.
Yeah. Trying to. Oh man, I'm real good at that. That is 2 successes out of 2. Holy shit.
And what level ally? What level ally is she? A level 1 ally?
2 dots.
2 dots. Okay, she'll go in. She gets up. She's like, "You owe me."
I get it. I know. I realize you got.
Yeah, she's hung up already.
Thing.
She's hung up already.
Doug's still talking.
Yeah. Sheriff Rose, what were you gonna do?
I'm good at them.
Okay. So you have an address for him.
Hoffman, are the lockers cleared? Are we good? You got everything?
Yeah. Roe and Hoffman have destroyed the locker room.
Wonderful.
But they have found no hidden compartments.
All right. You can release a scene to the fire department. They can clear it. Let's go.
Okay.
Mrs. Herrera, can we give you a ride home?
I have my car.
Are you okay to drive?
Yes. What are you going to do to my son? He's a good boy.
Not guilty of anything, then nothing. But I need to get his statement.
Doug would like to persuade her that we're not going to do anything at all. Anything.
Persuasion charisma, Doug. Persuasion manipulation, actually.
Cool, I'm real good at that.
Actually, no, you know what? I think subterfuge.
Jesse's just outside for all of this nonsense.
Manipulation, because I don't even believe that that's going to happen here. So go ahead and.
You know what? That's better than the other options you gave me. So yes, that is a 10 and a 9. That's
Okay.
2 successes.
All right. She seems.
Maybe we can.
Okay,
We can stall her for a bit because I don't want her calling her son and telling her we're coming over.
Oh yeah.
Good
no,
call,
that's
Ryan.
thing.
Good
Like,
call.
Try to slow her down.
She would have to wait until the fire department clears the scene so she can lock up.
The fire department was already kind of on their way out, from the sounds of it.
They still have to clear the scene before they.
So do you want to tell the fire department not to let her in the building then?
Well, she's already in the building.
She would not have a cell phone.
She's already been in.
But are you trying to restrict her access to the phone as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, escort her outside while they clear the scene.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not there.
Doug
No, that's what I've been trying to say.
Okay.
Doug will not touch his gun, but he'll get real close.
So, so you guys are going to head over to there, and we're going to start our next scene. But just before we do that, Ro, you go to the glove box in your truck, and you pop a little fun pills. You're muted, man.
I grab a big chunk of some funky, nameless, slightly moldy jerky, and I cram it in my face hole, and I swallow a couple pills, and I wash it all down with a half-empty beer can from the back.
Okay. Okay. That's
And
wonderful.
I'm kind of waiting to see who leaves first, because I'm going to follow them. And I now I like my.
Where is every? What is the driving situation? Who is going with who? You've got three vehicles on scene.
I was gonna
Doug
hop
is
in the
driving.
truck with Roe and give him the address. Let's go.
Excellent.
Doug is driving.
Yeah!
To the bank, obviously. 2 miles under the speed limit.
Sheriff is 2 miles under the speed limit.
Let's go! Yeah! Dog it!
Okay. And
As much as I
Good
can,
ride
it'll
with me,
peel-
Sheriff. Okay.
Jesse's driving on their own. Okay.
The
So
sheriff.
you drive across town. By the time you reach this house, it's 3:30 in the morning.
Don't care.
It's raining.
Don't care.
How hard is it raining?
I'm high as balls on speed.
It
Beer
is-
and jerky.
It is raining a steady downpour.
Sucks.
I would like if you're outside without a raincoat or something on, you're getting drenched. The house that you pull up outside of is in a rough neighborhood, and it is a bit run down.
Okay. I'm sorry. I have to apologize to everyone ahead of time. Hee-haw! I'm going to slide in sideways, leap out of the vehicle with my gun drawn, and do my best shoulder tackle onto the front door.
Okay. So knowing that Roe is a little
Okay.
bit reckless, Doug is going to speed a little bit because
You might
he
hit the
is
speed
CSI.
limit?
He is
Okay,
CSI.
I
He's
would
gonna
like
go,
that's fair,
1 mile
but
an
I
hour.
would like Doug to make a drive resolve check because this is really
He's
pushing him.
white-knuckling it the whole way, getting to the speed limit.
You know what? I've got some points in resolve, so I might be okay. I've got 1 success.
You can't bring yourself to do it in the rain.
The rain's scary, okay?
It is scary. It is
When
scary.
you live in Texas and it doesn't rain ever,
Uh,
basically,
So Agent Mulsky, he is driving recklessly and attempts
Yeah.
to do a skid steer in. So I would like a drive dexterity check for you
Yeah,
to
no problem. I'm screwed. Let's
get
try
this
that.
in.
Oh, him or
right.
me?
No, for him to slide the truck in the way
Oh,
he
okay.
wants. Jesse, you are not far behind, and he is driving erratically.
1 success.
Jesse's just back behind them watching this shit happen, going,
Okay. That is I'm going to call that a failure. That with 1 success, you slide the back end of the truck in and clip a fire hydrant,
Okay.
which then begins to spray up under the back half of your truck, and your tires are spinning in wet mud.
Don't even notice.
Now, the next step that you said was you were going to leap from the car,
I hear
and
choppers.
charge the front door.
I hear
Is
choppers now, man.
Agent
Jared-
Mulsky going to do anything when she sees this occurring?
Was I aware, like, in the drive over here, that he was very heavily under the influence?
Well, something was going on, yes. He is fired up.
handcuffing to the steering wheel.
Screaming yeehaw a lot.
yeah,
God,
I
I
was
got this.
gonna
I got
say,
this.
like,
I got this. I got
While
this.
we were driving, at any point, would I have been able to, like, when he's veering off the road, kind of reach over, correct the steering wheel, but then cuff him to the steering wheel?
Hmm.
Because he is fucking toked out of his gourd, and I don't want him running in like an idiot.
It's
Okay.
just pills. Just pills. Just
Let's
pills.
go
It's
rough.
just pills. It's for my heart.
Yeah.
It's for my heart. Oh no, it's for my indigestion. Yeehaw! Let's go. Let's go, doggies. Let's get it. Get some. Get some.
I don't know if this rule has ever been made in the game, but I'm going to ask for a larceny manipulation.
Oh shit, okay.
Why
Because
am
you're
I
essentially doing a
stopping?
bit of sleight of hand here without
Okay,
him.
But can Doug help in some way because he knows?
No, because
something.
You're
Doug
not
is
even
driving.
there.
Doug is driving behind like a granny.
No.
Rick.
At this point, like I said, at this point, he is concerned. He has.
I know, but
noticed
you
something
failed
is off.
your drive resolve. You can't bring yourself to go over that speed limit.
Can I use my
I'm doing,
desperation
like,
dice?
exactly.
You're welcome to roll a desperation dice. I need to know if that hits a 1 though.
It doesn't. It hit a 10
Okay.
and an 8.
So a 10 and an 8, 2 successes.
Yeah.
Can Doug use some desperation dice here?
Doug ran a
Because
different vehicle.
You're not
No,
there.
What are you trying to do? You're not even there.
because
You're still
because he
back in the parking lot at the laundromat.
No,
You
because
drive
he
so
has
fucking
been-
slow.
he clearly knows that there's something going on.
You clearly don't.
I'm gonna. You know what? I don't want to take player agency away, but I am gonna say with 2 successes, you get the handcuffs on, just as he's sliding it in sideways, and clips the fire hydrant, and the water begins to spray everywhere.
Stay in the goddamn car, Ro.
I shoot my handcuffs.
I'm already out of the car and
Immediately.
heading for the front door.
Okay. So hold on. The agent gets out of the car and heads for the front door. Jesse pulls up. The back vehicle is almost here.
That's a nice way to put it.
And give me a Dex firearms check.
Sure.
Please fail it and shoot your hand off or something.
Oh, it's
Wait.
definitely a possibility.
Who is doing? Oh,
Me. There you go.
Firearms and Dex.
Okay, so we've got a 9, a 10, and a 7.
So, Agent Mulsky, you are almost to the door. Is that the plan? How are you approaching the building?
Quickly.
Okay, so you're almost to the door. When you hear a gunshot go off in the car, and the
My front
shatter
window blows
and the
out.
shatter of a window, because at no point was there any mention of the window coming down.
Oh no, I might have broke my front window.
And I feel like a car on the street, it triggers an alarm.
Again, I hear choppers. I can smell napalm. We're going.
I am raising desperation to 2 at this point.
I don't blame you.
That's fair.
Make it 3.
Do I hear 3?
I bang really loud on the door and in my biggest federal agent voice say, Agent Mulsky, FBI, open up right now.
So you lift your arm to bang it on the door when you hear the creak of a door around the back of the house open up and footsteps. Well, running steps. Jesse, from your vantage point, you see a man, a large man, exit the back of the building. He runs through the backyard, and you see him start to go over the back fence.
Aw. Jesse, remembering what she saw, does it look like what she saw?
He's big.
Big.
But the man that you fought in Pennsylvania wore a pillowcase
Yeah,
over his head.
And this one
This
is
man, you saw hair. This man is not.
hi,
Does
Liz.
not have a
Thanks for the
pillowcase
raid.
over. Oh, thanks so much for the raid. So what is Jesse gonna do?
She's gonna get out the one weapon that she's got that would be used for people, and she's gonna get her stun gun out, and she's going around the back.
So she's running for the back. My drivers that just arrived, Sheriff and Doug. You see Jesse out of her car running for the backyard of the house. You see the agent at the front door. The cowboy just came out of his car. You aren't aware that he shot his way out, but he's getting out of his truck. The truck is up on the sidewalk. It's sort of awkwardly on a fire hydrant. There is water spraying everywhere in addition to the rain falling. And you see a man running through the backyard towards the back fence.
Oh, Doug is on full alert because he's already seen Roe acting erratic. And
So
then
what's
seeing
the,
all of this,
what's the plan there then, Doug?
seeing someone run, he's gonna fire.
He's gonna pull the car over and shoot?
Yes.
Okay. Sheriff? The car stops.
The van stops.
The van stops. The surveillance van stops. And the driver gets out, takes aim, and is going to let off a shot. The driver's seat is available at this point.
If you
would like
shoot me, so help me God, Rick. If you shoot me.
Blame Ryan. Blame Ryan. He did nothing. He did nothing here.
I think Doug lost it from the way he was at the beginning of this till now.
Uh,
He's gone like 180. It's great.
Do I recognize the runner at all?
No. He's big. It's dark and it's pissing down rain. And there is a fire hydrant spraying everywhere.
So it's
You're
really pissing down rain.
Yes. What
Yeah,
what is Sheriff going to do? That's what I want to know. What does the Sheriff do?
I fucking don't know. I guess I'll
Like
roll
you're
out of...
essentially, it's like everything is on fire.
Yeah, world's on fire here. I'll just roll out of the van once it parks. Wait, did he park it before he started shooting?
No, it just he stopped it in the middle of the road, got out of the
It's still
car,
rolling.
and
It's still
opened
rolling.
it. Okay, it's still rolling.
Huh. I'm gonna sit here because I'm not jumping out of a moving car.
It's going like half a mile an hour.
Okay, then here's what I'm gonna ask. I am gonna ask for Jessie to give me an athletics strength check as she sprints after this guy, making a break for it. And I would like Doug to give me a firearms composure check with a -1 dice penalty for lack of visibility.
Okay.
My old men rolling dice face.
Remind me, Jared. How do I use desperation dice?
If you'd like to use desperation dice, you just add them to the pool. You need to make sure you can recognize which dice they are in the pool when you roll, because ones matter on those dice.
Okay. And you said it's 2 right now?
2. Yep. We currently have 2 desperation in the pool.
That is 1 success, and it was a regular, not desperation.
Okay, so you let a shot off. This is the second shot this neighborhood's now heard tonight. There are people probably rolling under their beds. That shot does not hit, though. Jesse, what did you roll for your athletics?
2 10s, a 9, and a 7.
Okay, he's just going over the fence. When you reach him,
Tase the shit out of him.
What's that?
I'm gonna tase the shit out of him because it's all I got.
You're gonna hit him with the taser?
Yeah, it's all I've got.
Can you give me then a melee dex to hit him with this taser before he gets over the fence?
That'll go swimmingly, I'm sure. My nerdy ass running after him. 2 successes.
2 successes? Okay, give me a second here. I gotta roll some dice. Jesse, you tase the fence.
Of course I do.
And your one finger goes a little numb because there's a lot of water on it. And he's over the fence now into another backyard, and you can hear him running. Agent Mulsky.
Carlos, stop!
What would you like? You yell at that to him, Agent Mulsky. What would you like to do?
I'm rounding the side of the house.
Yes, you see this guy just disappear over the fence, and so you're gonna go over after him. Give me an athletics dexterity check, please, to maintain pace with this guy. Roe Jorgen, what are you doing, man?
Did I see this guy even?
Yes. Around the back, you saw some movement, and Jesse ran there, and now the agent is tearing ass that way, too.
And my vehicle can't drive. It's up on a...
Yeah, it's stuck up on the fire hydrant.
3 successes.
I'm going to jump into Jesse's vehicle.
I have my keys. Thank you very much. You are not touching my fucking car.
Well, I'm gonna look real quick and not realize there's no keys. I'm gonna go jump into the rolling van.
With Sheriff.
The van is going in the opposite direction.
I don't care. Speed, baby, speed. Tweaked out.
Give
I need a
me.
vehicle.
Listen, give me
Half a
an
mile an hour.
give me an athletic strength check to catch up to the
Yeah.
van.
4. How many we got here? Where's my athletics? 5. That would be 4 successes.
4 successes.
Hey, here.
Yeah.
Can Doug try to rig up a GPS real quick? Like something to track this person?
I'd also like
Yeah,
to...
it wouldn't be like a GPS, but you'd have some sort of device that could detect the thing you put on him. Why don't you give me a check on your improvised gear?
Okay, what would the skill and
Oh, you know
attribute
what?
be?
You don't have speed crafting, so it would take too much time.
Okay. Well,
You could
Can I start?
you could prep it ahead of time. Sheriff Rose.
Can I get out and start going the other way, like up the street, or to try and cut around in the backyards or whatnot?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to do that?
if I
Yeah.
were to prep it ahead of time, what would that mean?
I feel like you could rig up some sort of radio device that could detect an emitter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Like
think you could do that.
Aliens type motion detector?
Yeah, or just sort of like, oh, it's over that way. Wow,
Yeah.
wow,
Yeah.
wow. Like something like that, absolutely. Maybe even work your Walkman into it so you can hear it in your headphones. Like,
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah.
yeah, for
Totally
sure.
perfect song.
Okay, so listen. Let's start. Where shall we start? Because this is quite the clusterfuck. Let's start with
You're welcome.
Agent Mulsky. You're over the fence. This guy is moving. He's gone through the backyard, and you can see he's headed up the side of another house out onto the next street over. You are giving chase though, and with your roll, you are keeping up. You're not losing him. What would you like to do?
Obviously yell typical warning, stop or I'll shoot. That
Okay.
sort of thing, but I'm still
He is
keeping
not
pace.
stopping.
I shoot.
Okay. Next, let's Jesse, what are you going to do? You going up over the fence?
Yeah, I'm going up over the fence after
Yeah.
them.
Give me an athletics dex check to get over the fence and maintain pace.
I have successes.
Yep, you're there, right behind the agent. Roe Jorgen, you run past Doug, who just let off a shot, and you squeeze your way into the vehicle as you see the sheriff slipping out the other side.
Yep.
What would you like to do?
Woo! I'm gonna try
The
to
worst Scooby-Doo
I-
fire drill ever.
I'm gonna try to parallel the running large man while trying to keep the Federalis in my sights there.
Okay. So
I
you're
don't think I
driving down
can-
this street trying to keep sort of parallel to everything that's going on the next street over now.
Sure, if I can.
Okay.
And
Sure.
if I can get a really good line of sight on him down someone's driveway or through a yard,
Yeah.
well, I'll figure it out.
You're going to take a
That's
shot.
where I'm going. No,
Oh.
I'm gonna hit him.
Oh,
with
you're
a
just
truck.
going to drive.
I'm gonna
Okay.
go through
I got you.
fences, through a
Can I-
carport.
Doug, what is
Swimming
your
pool?
plan, my man?
I was
Doug
gonna say
Hoffman?
because I've got a 6 total in a couple of different things. Because I've got 3 in craft and 3 in science, math, or technology.
Yeah.
I want to outsmart this person. I want to like predict where he's going
Okay.
and try to be ahead of him.
I will need a streetwise intelligence check to try to do that.
Okay. I can. maybe
Unless
do-
you think there is another dice pool that would be more appropriate. But I think streetwise.
I mean math.
oh, you want
Statistics.
to- Sure, I'll let you use that.
I mean, it only gives me 1 extra dice. And then you said I could add 2 desperation.
Yeah, you're welcome to roll 2 desperation dice, but I need to know if you get a 1 on any of them.
I will let you know. Let's see. There are no 1s.
Okay, that's good.
There's 3. Oh. 4, 5 successes.
Okay, so you sort of start triangulating, and you're working your way through backyards then and things like that, sort of converging on a point where you predict he's going. Sheriff Rose, what were you going to do?
I was just going to try to run up the street and see if I can cut in through a yard the other way.
Okay, the same way. Can I have you then make me a streetwise wits?
Those are not good
People
for me.
on
Anything to do with athletics, maybe?
Yeah, you could just try to outspeed him. Let's do athletic strength then.
Doesn't
Okay.
take much for Doug.
How about stamina?
How about no?
Okay.
Stamina will come later if
Okay.
this pace continues. And while he's doing that, Agent Mulsky, give me a composure firearms to calm yourself and take this shot.
I should have used desperation dice, but I have 3 successes.
3 successes, okay.
How about no?
That is 5 successes.
Nice. I'm going to oppose that, okay?
Yep.
3 successes, so that takes your success down to 2. You're using your pistol at +3 damage, correct?
Yes.
So you do 5 lethal damage to him.
Can I?
It's like you didn't hit him.
Oh shit.
The round takes him in the shoulder, and he sort of rolls with it, like from the impact. There's blood spray. You think you probably got it through and through, and then he just rights his shoulder and keeps running.
I mean, that could be meth or something supernatural. So,
Can
So-
I
Adrenaline
Yeah.
too.
not knowing like the supernatural side of things, can I try to math him out of this, like charisma plus math?
No, because you already made your check. So here I'm going to update the situation now for everyone. So we're going to try to paint a picture. The man gets onto the next street over and he darts down. The agent took the shot, so you stopped for a moment and took the shot, and then Jessie runs by you trying to keep pace. So Jessie, you have a straight line of sight now with this guy on the next street over. Both Hoffman and Sheriff Rose are each using their own abilities to close on them, but no one has a line of sight yet. Okay?
except Jessie.
Oh, Jessie is the only one with a straight line of sight. And Joe, Roe, you're like, there he is, and you feel like on the next block you might get a straight line on him. Okay?
Yo, doggy, let's go.
As he reaches the corner, a house, Jessie, you see him bowl over this poor man walking his dog late at night. Like, obviously, like, little Fifi has had to pee tonight, and this man is out walking his dog, and he is just bowled over by this man like a fucking freight train. Like, the little dog lets out a little yelp. The man is
Remind
buried.
me of like Marge.
Yes, in a way. But he didn't like throw a fist at this guy or anything. He's just he takes the shot. Maybe he looks back for a moment. When he turns back, there's this guy walking the dog, and he just runs him over like a linebacker in football, just cleaning out a running back. Like it's you're like, ooh, that was an ugly hit. Okay. So now I'm gonna go around and ask everyone what they're doing so Hoffman and Rose. I'm not gonna ask for extra checks. The two of you feel like you'll be on him next round. Especially with the fact that he just hit the dog walker. Roe, again, next round, you think he's gonna, like, you're gonna turn this corner and he's got to cross the street. And you feel like you've got him lined up. So I guess what I'm looking for is just Jessie and Agent Mulsky. What are the two of you doing?
I'm gonna fire up my Thwart the Unnatural and see if I can slow him down.
Okay. Thwart the Unnatural will only work if he uses some sort of supernatural power against you.
Oh, against me? Okay. Never mind then.
That being said, you could have your rosary out ready to go. And I'd let you react
I'm
with
definitely reaching out, like reaching and pulling that out so that I have it just in case. Because I saw him take that shot from her and kept going. And like I realized it could be adrenaline, but also I'm reminded
you
much.
think it's more than adrenaline.
Yeah.
She caught him like right up, like probably blew a lung out.
Okay. And I
Like
call out to him.
Through.
I call out to him and I'm like, I call out to him and I'm like, Carlos, stop, please.
Okay. So instead of making a pursuit, I will give you a persuasion manipulation check. Can you roll that for me? And then Agent Mulsky, what are you doing?
Running.
I want to run him over.
Yeah, I know. I assume that's what you're doing. What are you doing?
I'm just running to make up the ground that I lost.
Okay.
Hoping.
So can you
Hopefully
give me an
bulldozing.
athletic strength check?
Yeah. Ooh. Dropped my dice. Five successes.
5. So you are back on pace. You are back. Unfortunately, you have Jessie between you and
It's
this
a
guy
street. I got room.
Do you want to take the shot? Are you going to take another shot?
No, I'm not going to take a shot. I'm going to keep closing the gap.
Okay. Well, here's what we're gonna do now. Rick and Sheriff, I'm gonna say that the two of you converge from sort of different angles, different yards, on to this guy first before he steps out off the sidewalk. So, what are the two of your guys' plans? You have an open opportunity to shoot, or go ahead, Rick. What are you thinking?
Oh no, I was deferring to the sheriff because that's what Doug
okay. Sheriff, what would you like to do then?
I didn't see him get shot, right?
No, you did not. You heard the gunshot, but you don't know if it hit him or not.
I'm going to try and tackle him because I don't know anything crazy.
Yep. And what about you, Mr. Hoffman?
Doug wants to probably intimidate, depending on how well Sheriff Rose does. Obviously,
okay.
He wants to try to intimidate with his gun because he's got his 9mm.
All right. I'm going to start first of all with Sheriff Rose. Sheriff Rose, could you give me a strength brawl?
They called me the freight train in high school. Strength brawl.
Yeah.
Oh.
What was the character's name in Married with Children?
Al Bundy?
Yeah. Reminds me
3 touchdowns in one game, Peg.
Yeah,
3 touchdowns.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna roll both desperation dice as well.
All right.
Oh, that's a lot of ones.
If you killed Doug, I'd be real mad at you, Ryan.
4 successes with a 1 on a desperation die.
Okay. So you have a choice here. That I rolled the resistance. That is enough to succeed, Sheriff. That you will tackle him. However, with the 1 on that dice, you have a choice here. So I will up the danger level by 1 at this point for rolling that 1 on the dice.
Mm-hmm.
Which means whatever we're up against here tonight will get tougher. The other alternative is that you can choose to fail this roll and become despaired, which would mean you don't have access to those dice. And
but you do have Doug. Doug is still there.
But you will fail.
Don't forget your Doug dice.
I'm taking the danger because that's my number.
Okay, so we're gonna move so we have desperation 2, danger 1 right now. You tackle him into the asphalt. Roe, you're coming down the street and you see him get tackled by the sheriff.
Yep.
Are we still hitting? You would have to swerve off the road and you will hit the sheriff.
How high are you?
Yeah, that's the thing. No, I'm not going to run over the sheriff. I am going to not slow down and tuck and roll. Wait. Can I not slow down, open the door, and clothesline the guy?
No, he's on the ground. He's on the ground.
Well, can I elbow him? The people's elbow?
I guess so. Okay. Let's close out the scene. I'm going to close out the scene there for time reasons. So we give him the people's elbow. The car runs its course into a telephone pole, Jesse. No, it's not Jesse's car. It's the surveillance van. So there's
it's Rose. It's Rose.
There's a dent in the fender. Listen. So here's the fallout from this. The giant of a man, Carlos Herrera, is taken into custody and taken to the hospital to be treated for his gunshot wound. Although he did not take the shot, although the shot did not seem to slow him down, when he's finally on the ground and everything, you find him to be out of breath and sure enough, having difficulty breathing because of that gunshot and near death. And they immediately rush him off to the hospital with sirens a-blaring.
Can I ride in the ambulance?
Yes, you can totally ride in the ambulance. Also, our dear dog walker, probably a broken wrist or something. He was hit with a great deal of force. Mr. Ortiz was knocked down, but Fifi is fine.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, exactly. So let's now jump to. We're going to jump to the hospital. I'm going to say that Roe has come down a little bit, unless he takes another hit, but not required to do so with his addiction. Because he's done that. So up to you. I assume we want to interrogate Mr. Herrera, so that's where we're going to go. So Mr. Herrera is in the hospital. He's had surgery. He's not intubated or anything like that. And he is in bad shape, and it is now sunup, and no one has slept a wink. And everyone is starting to feel the effects, sort of the tiredness of a night and adrenaline pumping and all the rest of it. So the group is there. Mr. Herrera is now handcuffed to a hospital bed. Like he's restrained. He's not going anywhere. And the 5 of you are at the hospital now, and the doctors let the agent know that, he's available for questioning now.
Jared, can we say that Doug just crashes real hard?
Crashes?
Yeah, he just passes out.
Like on one of those hospital benches or something?
Yeah,
in the hallway? Yeah, I love it.
He's not participating in the interrogation. He's just
crashed. Okay, so he crashed. Does anyone else do that?
I think while he's in surgery, just kind of maybe doze.
Okay.
Roe takes half a pill.
Okay. Just enough to keep you going. All right. So at some point, the doctor comes out and says he's available. He's stable. For all intents and purposes, he tells you, though, he should have died from that gunshot wound. He doesn't know how he lived for long enough for the ambulance to get there.
Anything odd when you were poking around inside him?
No.
Did you do a toxicology on
him? He's had a number of things sent off to the lab. We're waiting for results.
Random question. Does he have his teeth?
Yes.
They're actually teeth and not dentures?
Yes, I think. I can't say that I actually checked that.
I assume we would have searched. Somebody would have searched his house. In the time.
Would you? Okay, that's a good point. So
We would have
would
looped in
can
the
we
locals.
can we split this then? Can we say that sheriff, you've taken over the investigation of the house? Does anyone want to be there with sheriff to do that?
Sure.
Or who is going to the hospital? This is your choice. The hospital interrogation of Mr. Herrera or the searching of the house with Sheriff Rose.
I'm tweaked right out, man. I can totally keep looking. I'm looking for trouble at this point.
I don't care who comes. Maybe the agent. Well, you might be better at interrogating than somebody else. I'm pretty good at investigating, so I could.
Me too. It's kind of my thing.
Sure, I'll take the wacko then.
Okay, I'm gonna say the wacko's with
Nina.
you. The wacko's with you. Jesse's at the hospital, and Hoffman's out on the couch. So let's start at the hospital. You walk into Herrera's room. He's handcuffed. He's secured to his bed. He is a big guy.
Let's say the role play by Rick right now is on point.
I think you had to take the puppy out.
That's okay.
I would put my sense unnatural on then before I go in there.
Okay, give me a check on that. While she's doing that, Agent Mulsky, what do you do?
I read Herrera his Miranda rights
Yeah.
and indicate that he is under arrest for evasion and bodily assault, causing bodily harm. And I'll just throw in a abuse of an animal just for funsies.
Okay.
Waste of a good Star Wars shirt.
Currently also under suspicion of murder.
Okay.
Being detained for murder.
I got 4 successes. Rid of my 6.
You don't sense anything on him. Like, he's not a supernatural creature in any way. However, maybe he's been close to something. You're getting a little bit of something from him. So you read him his rights and everything, and you tell him what he's being charged with, etc. And I'm not going to ask for a roll in this. You can tell he's disoriented. He
Pliable?
seems what?
Like pliant?
He's just like, he's looking at you, and he's just a little unsure of everything.
Can Doug wake up in the middle of all of this?
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
We've
And
literally
maybe
just started.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what would you like to ask him?
I would like to try to use some kind of technological gizmo to intimidate him in some way, or
Okay.
coerce him, because I have lived in El Paso for quite a while, so I would at least have some interaction with him, I would imagine.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that check as you devise some sort of maybe something that looks like it could be a torture instrument.
What check would that be?
Intelligence craft. And
Okay.
while you're rigging something up that looks like it will hurt him, what does Jesse and Agent Mulsky do?
Start questioning him about the shirt. We located a bloody Star Wars shirt in your locker that belonged to one of the boys that has disappeared. Why is that?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about a Star Wars shirt.
Do you use your locker at work?
Yeah, I do.
When was the last time you were there? And keeping in mind I have his timesheet.
He pauses, and you can see he's doing some mental math. I think it was... maybe a week ago. It was Mom's birthday, August 14th.
Jared, I had 3 successes. Doug wants to be like, bullshit. Don't lie to us.
So as you're working away, you're like, bullshit!
Does
He
that
says-
match up
but
with
he-
his time card?
He says August 14th. He punched in at August 14th, but that was like 2 months ago. Like, we're in October right now.
He's really,
Doug's like, no.
he's really
you-
disoriented.
But
Yeah.
has he worked since then?
Yeah, oh
Like,
yeah, he's
on his
punched in on
punch
his time
card.
card. Yeah.
Okay.
No, wait. Maybe it was before that. Maybe it was. I don't remember when I was there last.
Carlos, what's the date today?
It's summertime, right? It's I don't know.
Middle of August, end of August, September? Any idea at all?
He looks at you. He looks scared. He's like, I don't know.
What's the last thing you remember?
The last thing
Doug wants to be like shining a light right in his face.
Okay, so Doug is going hardcore bad cop. Can you give me an intimidation charisma check? And I will give you a bonus of 2 dice because you've created some sort of nasty looking implement.
Doug is literally a bad cop.
Well, that's good because I only had 2 dice to begin with. That is 2 successes, 1's a 10.
Okay. He says, please, I know I've made mistakes, but I'm trying to get better.
I know. I'm just trying to... What was the last thing you remember?
I remember smelling flowers.
Do you know what kind of flowers?
I don't know. A lot of flowers. Let's jump to the house. Oh no, never mind. Rose isn't here. Let's stay with you guys.
Do you... what you were smelling the flowers? What did it look like around you? Was it like a house?
It smelled like a garden.
So you were outside?
I think so.
Okay. Is there anybody with you?
No, I don't think so.
Was it daytime, nighttime?
I'm sorry, I can't remember. Sheriff Rose, you and Roe Jorgen there go into the house. Have you made precautions that any evidence here can actually be used? Like, are you pushing something onto Roe?
Sure, I'll try.
Okay. Why don't you both give me an investigation? Give me an investigation
Put them on.
intelligence check as you look the house over.
Intelligence.
And you're welcome. There are 2 dice in the desperation pool.
I have 4. I think I'm just gonna roll the 4.
Yep.
3 successes.
One success was a 10 out of 5.
Okay.
Fuck. Guess apparently PCP is bad for investigation. Who'd have thunk it?
As you look around the house, a couple things you find odd. The house is definitely a man pad, but there is a box of a couple of boxes of flowers that have been taken care of around the house.
We all know what that means.
He has flowers.
And how many did you roll there? 3?
The German 3.
Yeah. That you clear the house without anything too suspicious, with the exception of those flowers. But when you get into the garage, you find a large case-like freezer, like one of those big deep freezes. As Sheriff Rose lifts the lid, he finds the body of 2 boys. Both are decapitated.
Oh, that's new.
One is a little smaller than the other. The smaller one has no shirt on either.
I wonder where these heads are at.
That's very casual. I kind of reel back from the freezer.
Yeah, I'm gonna bump desperation to 3.
I'm gonna close it and make sure Roe doesn't get his hands in there.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell him to keep looking around in that room while I call the hospital to tell the agents what's going on.
Okay, so you're gonna use the house phone?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Okay. Back at the hospital, I'm gonna say that this happens at the same time. Nurse comes in and says, "Agent, I have a Sheriff Rose on the phone out here for you."
Oh, okay. Thank you. Jesse, see what you can do.
Okay.
And don't let Hoffman...
Hoffman's in the background.
Why
with
don't
his
you
device.
take him with you?
No, he can stay here.
Hoffman's calling a taxi at this point.
Okay.
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 I go out and take the call from Rose.
Okay, Rose, you're on the phone with the agent.
I mean, I don't want to drag it out too long. I'm just saying, I'll just tell you what I found and that he needs to be, restrained and put under arrest and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, he's already under arrest and restrained. 2? Just 2? Can you...
Yeah, so far, I should actually, now that I think about it, I should really probably go check on...
You've checked the rest of the house out. You don't have any other bodies here.
Okay.
Any idea, based on what the kids were wearing? They might be?
One was shirtless, no head, so...
Probably George.
He had a pair of track pants on. And
that
the
was
other
smaller one, right?
Yeah. And the other kid, you believe, is Brendan Archuk.
There you go.
Okay. And you've cleared the whole house. There's nothing else.
Not 100% yet, but I just wanted to keep you informed.
Thank you. He's
Jesse?
pretty loopy. I think we need to... Is he there by himself? Like, is he leaving by himself?
Have I seen evidence of anybody else living there yet?
No. Maybe the flowers or someone else.
We need to detain
Yeah,
his
They
mother.
seem out of place.
Yeah, there are some out-of-place seeming flowers. But is it like a kind of hoardery situation? Like, is the house messy?
No, but it's like a bachelor pad. Like,
Okay.
We need to detain his mother.
Yeah, Jared, have we seen anything for Ben Yavez or Hector Da Silva at all?
Nope.
Yeah, I
Nope.
feel like Doug is working on something,
Okay.
some kind of device to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Jesse, what do you? You're alone in the room. I think Doug stepped out.
Yeah. I just.
He seems uncomfortable around you because of your aura.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse's probably used to that at this
You
point.
can
She's
you
almost-
can also smell that you've got a bit of blood in your nose, having sensed the unnatural. Like it's not enough to send you into full stigmata, but
Doug would also
Yeah.
be calling Miranda.
okay. So I'll get to that in 1 second.
Yep.
Jesse, what? Any questions for Mr. Herrera?
Yeah. Carlos, tell me about the flowers.
They smelled nice.
Is that the only reason you had them?
I don't know that I had them. I don't know.
Anybody else come by the house? Or was it just you?
I'm gonna give me a persuasion charisma, Jesse.
I am the wrong person to be doing this. Persuasion,
You have
charisma.
up to and you have up to 3 dice to bolster them.
I'm gonna have to roll them because I have nothing. Like, well, none of them were ones.
That's good.
I had 3 successes. No crits, but 3 successes.
He says so as you're like taking sort of the soft approach with him, he's like and you're asking about other people. He's like, there was a boy.
Just a boy.
I found him in my truck.
Okay.
He's all bloody and beat up.
Okay. Ooh,
Uh,
did he tell you his name?
he couldn't.
No.
I don't think he was alive.
Where was your truck when you found him?
I think I was at work.
Okay.
I've been in trouble with police. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go.
Understand.
I didn't want
You
to go
took him
back.
out to the culvert, didn't you?
And his eyes like open wide, and he nods.
Okay. I need to know where you found him. If you,
He was
the
in my
location,
van.
anything.
He was in my van.
Where was your van at the time, though?
I
I
think I
need
was
you
at
to
work.
try.
I think I was at work.
Okay.
I didn't smell the flowers anymore, and then I don't remember.
Flowers and dope.
You're
Does
done with
any
your.
of this-
You're done. You're done with your call, Aphi, and go ahead.
I was gonna
Right.
say, does any of this sound familiar to Doug, or with what he's working on technologically? Does it check out at all?
I'm so confused where your character is because you said you were calling a cab and you're still in the fucking room. So I'm so
Because it's
confused.
1989. Cabs take forever.
I feel like he's at the edge of the room.
Yeah, cabs take a while. It's on Uber.
Yeah. So sorry, Rick. You're trying to figure out if that checks out. The kid was in the culvert.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know if there was anything that I could add to that.
Yeah, I don't think so at this time.
Okay.
Mulsky, you're done on the phone.
Okay. Just finish with Rose. Call the police department. Have them detain Mrs. Herrera.
Okay. We'll
And bring
assume
her-
that that's taken care of. They dispatch someone to do that.
Bring her to the station.
Yeah.
And be careful. Because she may be old, but it might be something else. And then I'll
Okay.
go back into the room. And I'll just make a couple gestures of... Gone.
Carlos, what do you mean you couldn't smell the flowers and you couldn't remember? Did you stop remembering things when you stopped smelling the flowers?
I think so.
What kind of flowers were they?
I don't know.
Did you ever see the flowers? Or just smell them?
He's thinking hard, and then he's like, I think I have flowers at my house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what they look like?
I think Dr. Freeman gave them to me.
Who's Dr. Freeman?
I've been going to anger management.
Okay.
I see Dr. Freeman.
How long have you been going to anger management?
Since I got out about 5 years ago.
Okay.
It was part of my parole. I kept it up though. Dr. Freeman helped me get funding for it. Some sort of program.
Okay. Jess, Hoffman, can I speak to you into the hall, please?
Yep.
Back at the other house, you've wrapped up there. That's all you've got is 2 bodies. And the flowers are out of place.
Oh.
Are you gonna head to the hospital or?
Yeah, and I'll bring the flowers too. Just kind of.
Okay. So you grab one of the plants and bring it?
Is that like a bouquet of flowers or a bunch of
No,
plants?
it's like a potted flower.
Oh. Yeah, sure. I'll bring it.
Okay. So in the hallway, what do you guys decide? What do you guys talk about?
I think we're either dealing with a psychosomatic response prompted by the scent of flowers or possession.
Hoffman does not even acknowledge the second option as legitimate.
Okay.
He's like, okay, yeah, flowers, yeah,
At that
Hoffman?
point,
I shot that man almost in the heart. We lost
Meth.
Viking.
yeah. Meth is a hell of a drug.
We can't confirm that until the toxicology report comes back.
Meth is a hell of a drug.
If the toxicology report comes back and there's no meth, what are you going to think at that point? Hoffman?
I'm gonna say that the nurse comes in and goes, "Is there a Hoffman here? I've got the crime lab on the line for him."
Yeah, no, that's me. And Hoffman's immediately like he is
Okay.
looking out the room.
So you
Right.
make it over. You make it over the phone. It's Amanda. She goes, "What am I tracing here?" Like
Miranda.
Miranda, sorry. What am I tracing here?
Well, you know, there's a lot of things to trace, but I think you know at this point, Miranda,
That what?
because Hoffman has definitely left her a lot of messages at this point,
Okay.
leaving a lot of just.
So what information were you looking for?
That's a great question, Jer. I don't know at this point.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
there's been so much. There's been so much. Yes.
Well, she tells you that she's got nothing here. But if you want to give her some more information, she can check on that for you.
I don't know that there is more. Hoffman was just really
He's still trying to process.
Yeah, and he's really going off of the like mundane. So
Okay.
he is clearly at a disadvantage here. He doesn't realize that, but
Okay.
he is clearly at a disadvantage.
Jesse and Agent Mulsky, what do you guys talk about while Hoffman's on the line and he can sort of half overhear you?
The flowers. Does that mean anything to me, like with my occult sense? And like going through Mike's journal that I have, anything like that? Nothing. Like it doesn't. There's nothing there. Like Jesse's really trying to like really think through this with like Mike's journal and just like working it through with any kind of like.
Yeah, there's no mention of any of that with any of the Toothfairy cases. This is totally out of left field.
And the sensation that she got from him.
He had been near or with or as maybe Mulsky suggested, possessed by some sort of supernatural creature.
Feel familiar. Jesse would know it. Jesse would know the feeling of like what that Tooth Fairy felt like.
No, it did not feel like that at all.
Something doesn't fit here, Jayna, and I don't know what it is. Something is. He was in contact with something, and like probably at that point, like one of her things, like it bleeds just a little bit.
Yeah.
And like he was in contact with something, but it wasn't. It's not what I thought it was.
So let's regroup here because we are short of time. So I'm gonna say we're back at I'm gonna say that we have returned to our home base at the coroner's office in that briefing room. Everyone is there. We have now confirmed that the bodies who the bodies belong to. Toxicology has come back. Mr. Herrera was under no influence of drug or the like.
Doug definitely has like the Pepe Silva, like red yarn.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. So he was under no sort of hints of that. The bodies have been confirmed to be Brendan Archuk and George Perez. Families have been contacted, and the city news is insane today. The rain has stopped for the time being, and you're all working off of zero sleep. We have Carlos Herrera, who, for all intents and purposes, was trying to reform his life, it would seem. Takeaways from him, the smell of flowers. He does admit that he found the body of the boy in his van. The T-shirt, though, he has no recollection of how it got there or why it was at work.
Did he have anything to say about the bodies in his freezer?
No, he has no idea how those bodies got there. As far as the scent of flowers, he can remember those flowers being at home, and he also remembers those flowers from his therapist's office.
Would Doug be of any help because he is a local?
You are aware of John Freeman. He is a therapist. He actually works with the crime lab on occasion, counseling families. He works from his home, he's not like a big business type therapist.
Totally not us, I say as a work from home employee myself.
What's that?
I said totally not sus. I say as a work from home employee myself.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah.
Can we have a record pulled on Freeman?
Yes. What do you want to pull on for that record? Where do you want to look to?
My global access.
Okay.
Does Ro know where he lives?
Roe
You've done
doesn't.
enough damage for the night. You can just stay here at the station.
But you know where finding his house with his name, you can find his practice and everything. Can you give me an intelligence technology check, Aphi? And you are welcome to spend up to 3 points on that.
Can Hoffman roll separately?
Sure. You want to do your own searches?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to go to his house.
The difference is you're not pulling from his higher power.
That's okay.
Sorry. Roe is looking for his house address on his own.
In the phone book.
Yeah. Okay.
And if I find it, I'm going to ask anybody if they want to go to his house. Because I could really use a therapist right now, y'all. Yeah.
2 successes.
2 successes?
For Doug. Yep.
11 successes.
Can we lock him ass
11
up somewhere?
successes?
Jesus Christ, Aphi.
This is his social security number.
You have everything he's ever done.
This is
So
the
here's
length
what-
of his
Here's
wang.
what you both figured out. Here's what you both figured out.
Doug, nothing.
No. That John Freeman, Dr. John Freeman, therapist, has been practicing in El Paso for close to 15 years.
Doug is super confident. He's like, all right, guys.
Aphi.
Wait.
Slams down papers.
Would you be
You're-
quiet
Take
for
you back
5
to
seconds?
74.
Has nothing important. Has nothing
Aphi.
important at all.
The government gets back. Your government contacts do a search as fast as they can for you, and they tell you that yes, he opened that practice there 15 years ago. However, they have an alias for him.
Burt Warwick.
Burt Warwick Jr. had a practice in Oklahoma City until '86. So it looks like he's been practicing in 2 places at once.
Sus.
Yeah.
In '86, though, that practice closed, and they have no traces of him under the name Burt Warwick after that. They suspect that he's living under the alias of John.
We
John
caught
Freeman.
the sister, and now we got the brother.
Yes.
We gotta go. We gotta go now.
Yeah!
You
You are staying here.
So,
You mean-
Toothfairy 3.
You are under arrest for driving under the influence, causing bodily harm with a vehicle, 2 destructions of property, probably 4 after the fire department gets through with recording their nonsense. You are staying here.
Look, Elvis! And I try to run.
I tackle him to the
Can I taser
Just
him?
tase him.
Aphi.
Like,
Yes.
With 11 successes, your branch of the FBI also tells you that he has ties to the group that you brought down in, I believe it was Chicago area or Milwaukee. He has ties to that group as well. It looks like that group paid for his university education.
Okay.
mean something to you?
Yes, it does.
I actually had all this information on this guy before we started, but didn't have his name. Just saying.
I can't tell if you're bullshitting or not.
No, I'm being serious.
Okay.
Well, no, I did extensive research into the family, but none of the names.
He did not know the alias, and he did not know he'd been practicing in El Paso.
Gotcha.
I don't think.
This all lines up.
Okay. Well,
I don't think I know anything other than what you said there, right, Jerry?
That's right.
Okay.
we're gonna requisition Kevlar and rifles and
Come
everything.
on.
No, you're staying
I can-
here.
I can help,
You are a liability,
says the spook.
not a spook. I'm a federalis.
Give the guy a gun.
No.
Different. I got my own gun.
Says
Oh.
the mental health patient.
So who is going to the...
That's going for sure.
If nobody locks me up and handcuffs me, I'm going.
Doug is going.
I literally said you are under arrest for XYZ.
I did.
No.
Did you handcuff me?
Sorry,
Yes.
are you locking him up?
Yes.
Oh, come on.
Doug would like to second that.
You stay in the
You know
truck
what?
unless we call you in.
Deal.
You move from that truck and I will shoot you on sight.
And I will
I've been
help.
shot- I've been shot before, and you can't hit shit, Ghoulie. Let's go.
So you arrive at the house. It's afternoon by now.
I've got my sense up
Yes, it's
immediately.
a side split house. You can see let me just bring this up here.
Doug would like to use his MacGyver bullshit to
Okay.
MacGyver anything he can here.
I need
Based off of- based off
something
of-
specific that
well, I
you
was
would
gonna
like.
say, based off of everything he has learned from the FBI and everyone else.
Okay. Are you willing to believe that this could be a supernatural entity that you're about to face?
No, but yes.
What do you want your device to do?
About 50%.
No, what do you want it to actually do, though?
To try to find what we're looking for.
Okay.
Based off of what I
I am going to say that you for the briefest moment go, okay, maybe they're telling me the truth. And I'm not going to ask for your roll because I know you've been trying to use the skill. I'm going to say that you rig up a reasonably accurate EMF,
okay.
which will allow you to sense spirits and other supernatural stuff.
Okay.
Okay? When you guys reach the house, you're looking at a building that has a side split. So to the left side of the house, we have a carport, and there is a nice sedan parked there. Then there is sort of a living area of the house, and then a split level, which you assume has bedrooms, and you can see a sign and a walkway going down around the back, because it's built kind of on a hill, down around the back to the office.
When
Is
you
it
say sedan,
office?
I'm picturing a Delta 88.
Yes, okay, Delta 88.
Is it
You want me
office
to-
hours or no?
According to the sign out front, yes.
Okay. Rose, take Hoffman. Secure the front. Williams, you're with me. Roe, you're staying in the van.
Okay, here, take these. And I'm going to hand you my bottle of pills.
Better us have them than him.
Yeah. Listen, you don't have to listen to him. He's full
No,
of shit.
take them away from me.
So you're
No.
approaching.
Yes.
Actually,
the.
that's really smart.
We have
That's
two
probably
people
smart thing he's
approaching
ever said.
the front door, or are you going in the side door off the carport?
Both.
Williams and I are heading to the access to the practice.
Okay, so the guys that are two other gentlemen. Are you heading to the front door or the side door, or are you splitting up?
Side door. Side door.
Sure, side door sounds good.
Okay. And the two of you go around the back to the practice. When you reach the back, there is a backyard that has recent flower beds put in. There is a wheelbarrow and a shovel and relatively recent plantings.
Oh,
The ground is
fully suspicious.
Hoffman's not there. Hoffman's up at the front. So
Oh,
the
okay.
girls around the back, that's what you see. The ground is very wet here, and there is a back door, sort of with a little office sign, Dr. Freeman,
I rolled.
and
my-
there is a door
my-
buzzer as well.
I rolled from my sense unnatural.
Yes,
I got 4 10s and a 7.
the house is glowing.
This is what
You
we were
begin to
looking
bleed
for.
from all your orifices.
Yeah. I
Just
actually had something
Okay.
for this
Every
too.
orifice?
No, I'm talking about her stigmata openings.
Oh, okay.
All begin,
all of them. No,
Thanks,
all,
they
Thank
all
you.
begin to bleed.
all of them.
Butthole, urethra, everything.
You feel like there is a very strong presence in the house. There's more than one. You think there's two.
Shit.
Talk to me.
Neither
Williams.
of them are what you sensed in Pennsylvania.
Can you tell what they feel like at all?
They have some similarity, but they're not it.
I very quickly explain what I felt in the house back in Pennsylvania, what I saw in the house back in Pennsylvania,
Okay.
and then explain how this is differently, like how this feels differently but similar,
Okay.
and that there's two of them.
Okay. And then we're gonna go to the other two, and we breach the side doors, guys.
Yeah, we didn't need to hear any of that.
Yep.
Yep.
So you breach the side door, and you come into a dining room overlooking a kitchen with a door to your right into the living room.
Excuse me.
I would like you both to make a composure wits check, please.
I would like to back my truck up to a point where if I floor it, I will kill anything that comes out the back door.
Okay, I love it.
Ooh,
We're not
composure.
allowed in, but if something tries to escape,
This is composure and wits.
I'm gonna roll 1 desperation die.
We're at 3 desperation, right?
You
Oh,
are
you
at
have to
3
roll
desperation.
3?
We're
You know what?
no,
I'm
no.
gonna
You
do
can
it.
choose how many
Okay.
you'd like to roll.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do all 3 for shits and giggles.
I have 3 successes.
Oh shit. Nice, Artemis.
I have 4 successes.
Okay.
Did you start bleeding recently from your eyes?
Yeah. Wait, there's
Um,
more blood.
Okay.
You've been waiting all night for that, haven't you?
Who breaches the door first?
You're so awesome.
Probably me. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Mostly,
That's never gone
Doug does it.
Rose.
Doug like breaks the door, and
Yep.
then he's like, "Oh, yeah, Sheriff, go."
You breach the door. You see living room, kitchen, You're in a dining room. There's a kitchen ahead of you, the living room to the side, and then it all bursts into flames. And you
Oh.
hear, "Daddy!"
The living room bursts into flames?
The whole house bursts into flames, and you hear your daughter cry out, "Daddy!"
Oh, son of a bitch.
From does Doug understand any of this?
Doug, you open the door. The house around you fades away. You're on a dark street.
Oh shit!
And you recognize a man approaching you with a metal
Oh god,
object in his
Is it
hand.
Jamie? Is it Jamie?
You think it's Jamie?
Jamie, listen.
He's gonna get murdered in the street. Nothing to do with what we're doing.
Listen, I had to do it. It was what the law demanded. I did what I had to do. It was my job.
Absolutely, Hoffman. And the code of the street demands payback. Sheriff, the house is on fire around you. There's a set of stairs leading up.
Yeah, run up the goddamn stairs.
You see Jessie. She's on her knees. She's impaled by some sort of metal, and she's pleading. She's pleading to Anne, who has your daughter. She's standing behind her. She has a knife to your daughter's throat.
I'm a bitch.
You hear her cry out at Jessie, "You don't know what he did to me!"
Is there any way I can, I would know whether this, do I know this is real? Do I think this is real? Do I know not real?
It feels pretty fucking real.
Okay, I pull out my gun and I shoot it. I shoot it in.
So as you pull out your gun, your dreams flood back at you. What if you missed this shot, Rose? What if you missed this shot? Do you proceed anyway?
Yeah.
Okay. We're back on the street with a pipe-wielding thug. He comes and takes a swing at you. Can you give me, or what is your reaction to that, Doug?
Oh shit, Doug. Is Doug aware? Because he's pretty preoccupied by the spectral Jamie.
No, this is Jamie. This is Jamie taking a swing at you with a pipe. You don't know. You don't even remember entering a house. You are on a street that you probably, you told yourself to go home earlier, but now he's got you.
Yeah.
So you can fight back. You can duck, dodge, and dive. What would you like?
What would you like me to roll here?
Well, if you would like to fight back, you're going to roll brawl strength. And if you would like to duck, dodge, and dive, you can roll athletics dexterity.
What if I roll intelligence craft to try to MacGyver some shit?
On the fly, no.
Because I am pretty MacGyvery though.
What you tell me what you tell me what you're MacGyvering then. You do have your EMF reader.
I do. I have my EMF. I have some chewing gum. I have several paper clips and a tongue depressor.
Okay.
And I would like to I would like to come up with something at this point. Doug has no idea what he wants to do other than to save his life.
Okay.
It is desperation at it.
So as the pipe comes towards you, you reach for your bag of tricks and try to put something together?
Yeah.
Something to distract?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Distract or intimidate.
All right. Go ahead and roll me. I guess craft manipulation.
Okay. Where is manipulation?
So, as a street fighter, this thug gets 6 dice. We have 1 danger dice in the pool, though, so I'm going to up him to 7 dice.
I'm gonna add. We have 3.
Yeah.
Desperation.
Yeah, you're welcome to add those.
All 3 of them. Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna add all 3 of them.
So go ahead and give me that roll first.
I've got 6 already. And 3. Okay, so my 3 are good. None of them are bad. That's 2 successes on the regular dice.
2 successes? Okay. So I don't know. You grab into your bag quick. You fumble with stuff, and
can I spend some willpower because I have not done that yet?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
To reroll 3 dice, but they can't be any of the others.
That's okay because I had 2 1s and a 2.
Okay.
That's 2 8s and a 9. Fuck yeah. That makes it now what? Several. Like
you had
4?
2. So 2 8s and a 9, 4.
5. 4 or 5, yeah.
Okay, so that's good because I have a crit here. So my total successes were 7. So you're going to reduce that by 3. So I don't know, maybe the tongue depressor flicks off your finger or something and catapults and sort of catches him in the eye just as he takes a swing with that pipe, but the pipe still lands for a total of 5 damage. It is bludgeoning, so I'm going to half that to 3, so you're going to take 3 slashes of health damage.
Is that aggravated or
no? It is not.
Okay, cool.
So 3 damage in total. Let's go back outside to the girls. What are we doing at the back door?
Stay close to me when we get in there.
That's the plan. With my history with covens and whatnot, would I have been able to prepare something? We kind of like rushed right from the thing, so I didn't have a chance to say anything. But would I have been able to prepare some sort of gree or charms to help fight off like these manipulations, mental
Okay.
manipulations.
You can give me an occult intelligence for that.
When we go inside, I'm gonna use my ward.
Okay.
Protect us.
Go ahead and give me that check right now, Jesse.
That's 9 successes.
Okay. Without anything to sort, without any sort of relic perks or edges, I will give you a 1 dice advantage. You have some sort of hex bag or something that you've managed to put together to ward off sort of bad juju. So I'll give you an opportunity to roll an extra dice. Jesse, you can add an extra dice to your ward.
Wow. Shit.
Shit, what?
I rolled 6 10s and a 7, plus a 5, a 4, and a 4.
Okay.
So
So
Yeah.
and then are you breaching the door? Is that the case?
Yes.
So you walk into the room, and you immediately feel reality begin to warp around you. Jesse, you feel flames and a hard knot where that scar
In my
is from where
shoulder.
you're impaled. Agent Mulsky, you sort of remember a similar event fighting the Covenant up in Milwaukee. There's the smell of like incense burning in that, and you feel like you're being taken to that place, and then it just sort of there's nothing visible, but you can like feel the energy flexing around the two of you as Jesse's ward pushes back against it. You're holding on to that rosary with all you have, and you know, blood pouring from like your eyes and your hands, and those marks across your forehead tear open. And then it stops.
Witches.
And the two of you can smell rot and decay. It's not strong, it's subtle, but you've been around enough dead bodies now to know. You are in an office. You can see that there's a place to sit and talk. There are bookshelves with, you know, all kinds of psychology books on them. And there is an archway to your right. You can hear voices upstairs. The two men are talking about something. You can hear Hoffman trying to negotiate with something, and you know, you can hear the sheriff. You think he ran up to the bedrooms, like you heard him go upstairs.
I probably recognize what's happening
You're
given
gonna
the
say-
situation.
You're not sure. Let's have let's go back to the streets. What is Hoffman going to do?
Negotiate with God if he has to.
Okay. Is he like, so your nemesis is there?
It is
He's
pure
just
science. It is
he's
pure
just hit you with the bat. Sorry, you're taking a scientific approach to this, or?
Absolutely. He's going to take the most intelligent approach he possibly can.
Do you have an idea of what that would be?
Maybe intelligence and technology or science.
Well, what are you trying to plead with him?
Yeah, but technologically. with like every ounce of science he has in his body.
Science.
Exactly. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. He's gonna weird science it.
So
No,
you're trying to pitch.
no,
You're trying to pitch at him that he's not real, or you're trying to pitch at him that he's biologically unstable.
No, he's not real. He's not real. He does not exist.
Okay, I'll let you make a resolve science check for that.
Okay.
And I feel like Doug is not actually talking to this guy in front of him. He's actually trying to convince himself.
Yeah, that works. I'm pretty okay at resolve.
So go ahead and give me those rolls. Sheriff.
There's one success.
One success? Okay.
Yep.
Sheriff?
Out of 5.
What are you doing, my man?
I believe I was firing at a.
You're gonna shoot?
Yep.
Okay, roll your composure firearms for me.
Composure firearms. All right. 3 and 3 is 6. This seems.
And you have up to 3. You have up to 3 dice to pull on.
I'm gonna roll. Well, I should probably do. I'll roll 2. So I'm gonna roll these 6 first.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4 successes, and then the 2 desperation dice.
Yeah.
No successes. So 4 successes.
Your round fires, and it just doesn't. The moment it leaves the gun, you shouldn't have pulled the trigger.
God damn it, Ryan.
What?
The round does not hit Anne, and you watch as your daughter.
Does it hit Mary?
It goes limp. She goes limp in her arms, Anne's arms. She no longer She no longer can cry out for Dad.
This is the ending I originally wanted.
She no longer can cry out for Dad.
Right.
She slumps down onto her knees, and Anne charges at you. And I would like you. Well, you can dodge this. You can attack back, but she's coming at you with a knife.
Oh shit! I think I'll just squeeze the trigger again.
Okay, so I would like you to make another composure firearms check for me.
Okay. So it was 6. I'll just do the same thing again, and I'll use the 2 again. Actually, I'll use 3. I'll use all 3.
Okay.
Well, that's 1 success. Nope. And then 3 of these. Okay, I got 3 there, so 4 again.
4?
Yeah.
So you pull the trigger again. The illusion around you breaks apart, and you find yourself in a bedroom. And a knife plunged into your chest.
Shit.
I'd like you to take 6 lethal damage.
Okay. I'm assuming that Kevlar doesn't do anything for that, right?
Yes, it does. 4 of those become non-lethal.
Oh, okay. Great. So 4, or sorry.
So you would take 4 slashes and 2 X's.
Okay. That seems like a lot.
It's fine. You're fine.
On the other end, you are in the bedroom now. You are no longer in the illusion. And on the knife is Anne. You can see through her. She is somewhat ethereal. There is a wind blowing her hair about. And all you can smell is flowers. And she's like, "This time, you die, Rose." Back on the street, Rick, what did you get for successes?
For what?
For your science resolve check.
Good. I said it, and I've already forgotten.
I think you said 1. I think you said 1.
That probably sounds right. That sounds right.
Yeah. Okay. So you're like, you're not real. I know you're not real. And you start to work through the science of why this can't possibly be happening to you. And then the pipe hits you upside the head again. For 3 more slashes of damage. 3 more non-lethal damage.
Sure feels real.
That's fine. I'm fine.
I'm fine.
I'm
Everything's
fine.
fine.
Everything's good here.
Ladies in the basement. You can hear poor Hoffman explaining at the top of his breath why. Yes, it's superficial. Why this is not happening. Why this is not, like, possible. And then you hear gunshots. And Rose gasps. And you hear a woman's voice. This time, you die, Rose. And
I know that voice, don't I?
Yes, you totally know the voice. It's Anne.
Do I hear the shots?
Yes, you do. You hear shots go off from inside. Would you like to execute Project Roe?
I would like to execute Project Roe. Yes, please.
So you are doing what? You are driving at the house?
I am driving at the house with the horn laid down, and
I love
am going to try to aim for the biggest window.
And what is what are we doing in the basement, guys? You can see through the archway. There's a set of stairs going up, and there's also like a door. There's another storeroom with a door, and in that storeroom so there's stairs going up into the kitchen, or there's a door into maybe another basement room.
Does Jessie's thingy, like, is she able to sort of use it as a tracker to
Yeah, I was
determine
gonna
where
ask,
they
can
are?
I use them both at the same time?
Yes.
Can Hoffman help? Can Hoffman help?
You're not even in the you're not even on the same
Dude.
floor.
Hoffman is helping.
Oh
in
my
every way he
God!
can.
Stop it!
He's helping.
So
every way
hold
he
on.
can.
So hold on a second.
Stop
Jessie,
trying to interject yourself into everything.
Jesse, you can sense one of the entities above you,
Hmm.
directly above you. Another entity lies beyond that door.
I motion at it, like, to Jayna,
Mhm.
and I mean, I would be focusing on maintaining my ward because it's going to protect us as much as as much as it can. So
Alright.
it's kind of up to you where we go.
I kick in the door.
Like I stay close. I stay close by.
As you move with Jesse to the door, you feel like that force trying to exert its will on you, and Jesse's ward holds it off. What is our drive composure check?
Oh,
Sorry, resolve. Drive resolve. Give me a drive resolve.
Sure. How about that?
And you guys
How
hear a
about
horn go
drive?
off.
Drive resolve. 2 8s and a 5.
You're right through the front window, like right through that. You guys hear a massive crash from upstairs. However, I would like Roe to give me a composure resolve check. We're still high though.
Oh,
I'm going to say that makes you susceptible to illusions and hallucinations. So I would like you to reduce your dice
Excellent.
pool by 1.
Excellent. Well, how about I use a desperation die to cancel that fucker out? Right?
What?
I can use a desperation.
You can use up to 3 desperation dice.
I'm just going to use 1 to cancel out the one I lost
Okay.
and make sure it's not a. It's a 1.
Okay, Doug would like to spend any resolve he has.
You're not
Anything he
there.
has.
Okay,
Anything
okay.
he has.
Doug, hold on one second. Doug.
You just you can't be aware of everything.
How many successes in total did we get, Roe?
Oh, one.
One, and we had a
it's a
one on
10.
our desperation dice.
Yeah.
So danger bumps to 2.
Oh shit.
Oh. what's
I
that
am
mean?
also going to move desperation up to 4 because you can. Those of you that are aware of it can feel the house bearing down on you. Roe, as you burst through the window, woof, the wall breaks apart, and you're inside a very pale and white chamber.
Okay.
The vehicle is not there. And there are two gray creatures
Yes,
with big black
again.
eyes looking at you.
Oh, excellent. You're gonna take my butt. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay.
Take that whenever you have to.
Let's go to Doug. Doug, you hear a crash all of a sudden. And you look, and there's no buildings broken, and this is enough for you to suspend your disbelief. And the illusion around you sort of melts away, and there is a crashed truck. Rose's truck has crashed through the front into the living room area. You don't know where the sheriff is.
I've already been slowly eroding that disbelief
Yes.
over this whole time.
Yes. You have no other way of explaining how you were just in the streets a moment ago and now you're back in the house. Roe's car has burst through the front wall.
Okay.
Roe is slumped over the steering wheel. He looks unconscious. You don't know where the sheriff went.
Fuck him.
There is a kitchen ahead of you, or you can go into the ruined living room that the truck just came through. You are currently in a dining room.
Which seems more plausible.
I suppose the kitchen.
Okay, the kitchen then.
So when you get to the kitchen, you're looking down a set of stairs, and I would like to jump back to the girls for a second. Jessie and Mulsky, what you pushed up towards that door, and then you hear the... Oh, you're going to breach it even as the truck crashes through?
It was kind of at the same moment, but
Okay,
that's up to you
then I
as the
will also-
storyteller.
Yep, that's
I don't
fine.
know.
And Rick, I will say that you see sort of the last fleeting glances of Mulsky and Jessie disappearing through a base, like that. You can't see where they went from the... You're looking down a set of steps into the sort of... It's a split level, right? So there's like 4 steps down, and you can see them disappear under the section of house that you and the vehicle are now in.
Okay.
Back to Sheriff. Sheriff, what do? You have a knife in you. The knife is very real. The woman above you, for all intents and purposes, is a spirit, and it looks just like Anne.
Do I still see like my daughter's body on the floor?
No. But I would like you to take. Speaking of that, I would like you to take 2 points of aggravated willpower damage for that.
Okay. How many? I'm trying to figure out how badly hurt I am.
How many health boxes do you have available?
7.
So how many don't have anything in it?
Well, I had to write them down because it wouldn't work on the sheet, but 1 has nothing.
Okay, if that goes to any damage of any type, you will become impaired and be at -2 on all physical checks. So you are pretty hurt.
Okay, I feel like my gun is not working well against a
The gun
spirit,
didn't seem to hurt her at all.
and I'm tripping balls here because I don't believe in any of this.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give the spirit the stare down.
Okay, give me that. Intimidation, charisma. as you just try to force your will over her.
Excuse me.
And I'm going to roll back with you on that.
Okay.
This is a.
And I can use 4 dice, you said?
Yes, we are up to 4 dice on the desperation.
So I have 6.
And we have 2 in the danger pool.
Oh, 3. Sure.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, 3. Yeah. Sorry. Is it 3? I thought it was 2. I thought. Okay, 3 in the danger pool.
I think we're at 3.
Okay, 3 in the danger pool.
I have 6 successes with no bad ones.
Okay. You stare her down, and she stares right back at you. Her hands on your shoulder, and you feel her fingers slip inside of you. You feel like you are giving your will everything you have, and you feel her body trying to push into yours.
Sounds like
Bad touch.
Sounds like a Sudbury Saturday night.
You can smell flowers, and that's all you can smell. Downstairs, the door breaches open. There's a few more.
At all? Sorry.
No.
Okay.
But you managed to resist her possession.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what you managed to do. There's a few steps down into a sub-basement that is currently underneath the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen. Jesse, the smell down here is reminiscent of what you smelt beneath the Warwick House in Pennsylvania. At the edges of the room, there are 3 altars with the body of 3 boys lying on them. They are decapitated. Their bodies have also been cut at, operated on, and stitched shut again. In the center of the basement, there is a pentagram drawn on the floor in blood. There are 5 skulls, one at each corner of that, one at each point of that pentagram. In all cases, the skull's fronts have received massive blunt trauma, and there are no teeth. Atop each skull is a candle of pink and white tissue, sputtering and popping as the children's flesh burns and runs down the edges of the skull. In the center of the pentagram is a blade, curved and sharp, and there is an urn in the center of the pentagram. Its lid removed, and a tiny vortex of wind lifting the ashes up and twisting them about. And beyond this pentagram stands a man that has familial markers to Anne. He is in a yellow robe, almost priest-like. And he holds his hands up like this, and he is focused and chanting and reciting some sort. It's almost poetic. There's a rhyme to it, but it is not in any language that you know.
I'm using my thwart the unnatural to hold him in place, hold him off, something, anything to interrupt him while giving Jayna the chance to shoot him.
So you rolled 6. I think you rolled 6 successes on when you originally put that field up.
I rolled
on the sense it was ridiculous. It was like 11 successes. There were so many 10s you couldn't count. But on the thwart, I think it was like 6 or 7. Yeah. You get 2 meters, and then you get 1 meter for every success past 4. So you've got about 4 successes. You got about 4 meters. If you move that bubble over him, you'll be essentially putting a dead zone over him.
Yeah, then I step forward and make sure Jayna comes with me.
Do you cross the pentagram, or do you go around the edge?
I go around it.
So you move around the edge until,
like if I can get my bubble over the pentagram and the dude,
yeah,
great.
I think you can if that's what you'd like to do.
Yes, so that Jayna has a clear shot.
And Jayna, what are you going to do?
If we're moving around the edge of the pentagram, how much do I know about something like this? It looks like a resurrection type ritual.
Yeah, this is some sort of a summoning binding ritual.
Okay. Do I know anything like if the circle gets broken or anything like that?
Yes, however, you're not familiar with this circle, and if you break it with the wrong type of instrument, you do risk harm to yourself. There will be feedback from the spell.
Okay. Right. I'll just move with Jesse, and then as soon as I have a clear shot, I'm shooting him once he's in the dead zone.
Okay, so we're just going to jump ahead here for a second. Jessie comes forward and steps her thwart the supernatural, pushes that power over the circle, and the dust just sort of stops spiraling and just sort of floats its way down to the ground. In that exact moment, Rose, as Anne's trying to force herself into your body, trying to take control of your ability to move, talk, and walk, she's gone. Then your sphere pushes over, then your area of thwart, the supernatural, pushes over the magi, the warlock, and you feel like all that pushing against your thwart the unnatural just stops. You don't feel that pressure anymore, and Roe, like they're just about to insert the anal instrument, and that stops as well. And you're back in your truck over the steering wheel. I would like you to take two points of superficial damage on your health track from crashing through. The stories of the aliens that you've been telling, just for the briefest moment you were there.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Take the shot,
Been there before.
Aphi.
What am I using? Firearms and
firearms and resolve. Sorry, firearms and resolve. I keep asking for composure.
From
That's
me
wrong.
helping.
It should be resolve. No. But you do have up to 4 desperation dice in the pool at this time.
Go big or go home.
Yep. So I have 2, 5. Do I get something from my hex bag for this? The +1?
No, that would only be if you were trying to resist something.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I have enough dice out.
8, 9, 10 successes.
Okay, just a sec.
Boom.
Just barely.
Yeah, scraped by, nicked. Just nicked.
Okay.
If I need to, I will burn willpower to add more. Or replace the ones that didn't succeed.
Nope.
Okay.
So he realizes his spell is failing, and he tries to run at that last moment, and you pull the trigger on him. The round, are you shooting for center mass, or are you shooting for head, or
Head, throat, mouth, whatever. Like we're
throat.
pretty
like
within like close combat, so
yeah, the round goes right through his throat. He immediately reaches up for it, dropping something he had in his hand. And he
kick whatever it is away from him.
He doesn't really even have time. His hands don't really necessarily even make it there before, like, he's just arterial spray everywhere, and he's on the ground with a blood pool forming around him.
Hey.
The pressure's all gone and stuff.
Let's go. Yes, it has. So
Okay.
Upstairs, what are our 3 guys upstairs doing? Doug's like,
Did we
want to hear
win?
anymore.
Did we win?
Is that what you say?
Yeah, I'm sitting in a car. I'm sitting in my truck running
Yeah.
in a building.
Okay.
I wasn't an alien ship.
You can
There's
see
nobody else in this room.
you can see Doug through the kitchen door.
Then I guess I address it at him.
How about Sheriff Rose upstairs? That knife is in you.
Yeah, Doug is just like.
I was gonna just come running down the stairs after I realized what was.
Okay. Are you going right to the basement?
If I hear something, if I hear it, something.
Oh,
going
you
on.
hear a gunshot down there, yeah?
Sure, I'll run for the basement.
Okay.
Probably don't realize that there's a knife in me at this point.
You run by the truck in the living room.
Yeah, you do see the truck. You come down the first couple steps, you see the truck, and then you round and keep going down, and you find yourself in the basement with Agent Mulsky and Jessie. The bodies, the blood.
Jesse
The
looks like
candles.
hell.
There is a dead man.
Jesse, if you've got somebody who knows a little bit more about witchcraft, I think we need to break this circle before you drop that bubble you're on.
I mean, I have like really good occult academics and intelligence. So can I
So give me
use some
give me
sort of
occult
combo of that?
You can give me occult intelligence, and I think you have blood magic specifically as a specialty, so you
Yes,
can roll
I
an extra
do.
dice on that as well. And then
Can
you
I assist with that?
You need to tell me
Because-
if you're adding any. Yep, you can assist. So you get another dice for the assist for free.
Okay.
And
We
then
have
up
how
to
many desperation dice?
4 desperation dice.
Okay, so I'm using the desperation dice for sure. I'm gonna roll those first to see if I get any ones.
Yep.
None of them were ones,
Okay, that's
and
good.
I had 3 successes on those, and then intelligence and occult. You said
Yes.
that's 7.
With an extra dice for blood magic and an extra dice for the assist from.
All of them.
So 2 10s and then 5 successes on top of that, and then 2, like I rolled 2 2s.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you think you could probably break the circle with the dead body?
I say this.
And anything that would, any sort of backlash would then occur to the corpse as opposed to yourself.
Like we
Throw the
just
body on there. Throw the body on it.
Like slide him, essentially
Yeah,
use him as a
like,
brush.
Use
to
him
like
to
knock,
break the
to
circle.
knock one of the skulls out of the way and
yeah, that's what I do.
smear
Then.
the blood. Yeah. Okay. So
Use
you
him
do
as a
that.
Zamboni.
You do that.
The mystical Zamboni, dude.
Jesse, you don't sense any supernatural energy in the house.
Probably lets everything down then, and basically just drops to a knee.
Okay.
I
He's
am waiting for
bleeding
the lighter
profusely.
in my vehicle to pop so I can light the joint I rolled while I'm waiting.
Okay. Okay. You're smoking one out.
But the
We're gonna close out the scene there. Aphi, your agency takes care of doing the best to cover this up as some sort of a, maybe they call it a cult, but they certainly don't let on that the powers that be were in effect.
I think a drunk driver is a really good explanation for what might have happened in here.
Yes, the rolled in car, the bodies, of course.
I want to make sure that the ashes are properly contained, like the last ark in a box in some warehouse somewhere. Completely.
You actually think that might be better done by the Long Night. This is something.
That's what I mean. Like whether it's the FBI or the Long Night, like whoever does it, and they can't be together. So if you've got 2 facilities, one there, the
Okay.
body of what's his face,
Mhm.
Bert, and the other one.
Yeah.
Like,
So Bert's
Yeah.
body is taken care of by the FBI.
Roe volunteers to take one to his pod.
no, you are under arrest. We went over this
What?
already.
Still?
Yes.
And Sheriff and Jesse drive back to Pennsylvania
Let's see how much fishing I can still get
with
in.
the cremated remains of
Awesome.
Anne.
Yeah, Jesse's got a mind to take it back to New York where she belongs.
Okay.
I'd probably go to a hospital first, but
Yeah. You know,
Sure. Yeah.
get
No.
that knife taken out of there.
Apparently, I'm going to prison.
Yes.
Everybody is attended to.
I think
Doug's
Rick
not with
vanished.
us right now, but I would assume that maybe Doug is a little more open to the idea that there may be
He wrote "kill Hoffman if needed."
non-science things out there. A new pirate radio episode maybe is
No,
is
I
No,
can't.
done
I'm
at,
gonna
he's
be
been
in
arrested.
prison.
hang on at some point at a later date.
Maybe
I don't know.
if they
I
let
don't
me out.
whether you're convicted or not. We'll see. Yeah, and a
I
pin
mean-
is put in the file of the Toothfairy.
I mean, what have they got me on? We've got me on like, bad driving, possession of narcotics.
Destruction of
Random
property, destruction of
destruction
public
of
property
property.
and private property.
And I think it's
Shooting
still
a firearm in
it
public.
certainly is not clear how the events in El Paso all came about.
No,
There is some details missing, but one thing is certain, that the Toothfairy himself did not seem to
be
be
here.
there.
no.
I look at Rose as I drop his ass off at his house, and I say, I'm sure we'll see each other again.
Lose my number.
Great seeing you too, Ed.
Yeah, you too. That was fun.
I shake hands with all the people I recognize in prison.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much.
Rose goes back into the house and gets ready for his fishing trip.
It has like a day left.
Yeah.
Hoffman
He catches
gleefully goes
nothing.
back.
Quickly running through the house looking for all the items he hadn't quite packed yet. And then he hears the floorboard creak behind him.
What?
There he is.
That's where we're going to leave it.
Oh shit.
Son of a bitch. Oh, good. My daughter's home from school.
Let me
Thanks,
tell
everybody.
you, the
This
music
obviously went-
There.
at just the right spot with the sound, like the creak, and you're like, it creaks the floor, and the sound just cut right there. It was perfect.
Thank you for staying up late with me, everybody. And yeah, if it felt a little disjointed towards the end, there was some skipped stuff. Apparently, I over-prepared. Yeah. Maybe next year we'll have a Toothfairy 3.
What do you mean, maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe.
He's eluded you yet again.
That dickhole.
I was so hoping that that more people would fail their checks as they entered the house. I was actually thinking that I was thinking I would take Jessie back to like not the impalement, but maybe like an abusive nun over her stigmata as a child. I thought that would be a cool place to go, and our dear agent was going to be waking up being sacrificed, and very close, by the way. So there was a time limit on the number of rolls that you could do in the dream before the dream just like eats you. Like you don't get to proceed. It's like a three and out rule. So yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Jared. It was wonderful.
Yeah. Well, I had a
Yeah.
good time.
It failed to suck, if that's what you wanted.
It failed to suck. Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
glad.
Well, thank you everybody for watching. If you're still here, I know it was a long one, but thank you for being here.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for the players for playing. If you got a couple bucks, it'd be great if you could donate it to Extra Life using the link that Artemis is going to post in a second, or the module thingy down below the video. Or if you're watching on YouTube, it'll be on the VOD in the description. We're going to do a raid over to Behold Roleplay. So stick around for that, and we will see you next time.
Bye.